Hello and welcome to Tales from the Tumble Tankard. I am Jim, aka Argent Wind, and I am your dungeon master for Avress the Shattered World here on the Tumble Tankard YouTube channel and Discord server. Um, as you can see, we have a new look. We are expanding and changing our look here, and so we're going to see um, a little bit different layout here. And I want to, especially before we start here, I want to thank Nan's here, Sora, who's done an absolutely incredible job redoing all of this, setting this all up there, and working tirelessly for the last week or week and longer, getting this all set up here. And it's an amazing job here. So thank you so much there. Um, uh, we are moving on with our campaign today. The party here is in Port Oruss. They have been uh, in and out of the world for a bit here, tracking things down, doing some jobs with Syndicate there, and helping out Thora's brother Striga, and getting stuck in the Feywild for a bit. Coming back and having one of the longest days of their lives as they had a little bit of a time snafu there, and ended up having about a 28-hour day roughly. Managed to get back um uh and get some rest and check in with folks here, um reporting in with the syndicate, telling them what had happened to their agents up at the Maltanos estate there, the Duchess's estate, um and checking in with Sora's brother to kind of broker a little bit of a peace between some trouble between him, his and his company and the syndicate. Um, they definitely were picking up rumors and hearing things about people being attacked in the streets. And as they getting the reports there and checking on the status of the coins in the Vault of Light, found that the coins there were missing. Even the fact that the records of how many coins were even supposed to be there in the first place wasn't correct. And so with that, piecing things together, hearing about the attack, realized that at least the coin tied to allegedly a werewolf of some kind from the Fae, uh, was likely responsible for some of the attacks around the city. In investigating, they determined that there were actually a number of sightings of werewolf creatures around there, and may have spotted one running off in between the trees before they went to go rest. And then when they investigated, they found that there were three victims, three fatalities that they went and checked on there. And investigating the bodies, they did find some evidence on those bodies, some coarse fur clutched in the hands of one of them, and some blood on one of the other ones that was not their own. Signs of a struggle. It may have been a wound from one of the werewolves themselves. They used that information, went back to Janan Prepsel and Martinet at the Lyceum, and who did some scrying and find out where those the two attackers, or two of the attackers, were for those victims. One of which in the mines to the east of the city of Port Oruss there, finding a young, very disheveled, barely conscious dwarven woman with dark hair who was sleeping it off. They managed to subdue that person and capture them fairly easily, as they were uh, pretty out of it for the most part. And they went to investigate the location of the second of the attackers in a neighborhood, strangely close to where they visited in the past. And as they went in there, found that it was a massive wolf that jumped out and attacked Eldon in the stairwell of the house they were in there, and putting the creature down, Sora blasting through the wall between the house and the neighboring apartment slash house there, and subduing the creature as well, taking them both back to the Ivory Lyceum to see what could be done for them. And that's where we pick up here, as you have returned these two attackers to the Ivory Lyceum to have them checked out and see what can be done for them. And, well, what would you like to do now? You are standing in the Ivory Lyceum there. It is still Is midday. By the time all the travel and go here, it's around between 12 and 1 o'clock in the afternoon.
Uh,
Well, we do need to speak with someone about possibly tracking this curse back to its source. One. Two, we do need to see if we can get the curse lifted off of these two individuals. I mean, there are many things. We also need to see if there is more werewolves out there, possibly, and get that fixed. Yes.
Or more, yeah,
What?
around.
We can.
There you go.
Although, didn't Lucas find out who the person was? I forget.
No.
You.
Sorry. We're going to bring the two werewolves back, and Janamo is going to use them to track the source of the curse.
Exactly. Okay.
Yeah. How long is that going to take?
They're going to set it up. Essentially, effectively, as the guards come out and take the two unconscious, bound, the werewolves, they take them back into a secure area where they can be watched over and make sure nothing happens to them or to anyone else. Janan says she'll be able to. So a message was sent down to you that she'll be able to get them checked out within the hour. So she has set up a ritual space to do this, and she'll just check back. Let's say we'll just call it check back at 2 o'clock, and she should have everything ready set up by then. So if there's anything else you want to do in the meantime, or you can wait or check in with her or with somebody else, up to you. Okay.
This religion thing.
Yes. I mean,
I think this werewolf is priority right now, and then we can think about training and stuff afterwards. Okay.
I mean, you are the Lyceum, so you want to go to the library and start doing a little research. You can, to kill some time. You have that option available to you. You at this point you are able. You do all have access to the library to study things and do any research you want to do. Yep, that's so you did do research on werewolves. There'd been some concern. I know you had this. It's been a couple weeks here, so there's been a lot of concern about the estate you'd visited there, and you expressed some concern about the Duchess herself, and that there may be information available here as well, if you wanted to look into that.
About the Duchess?
I mean, if there's any place to look into histories or family histories and such, this would be a place for that. You would think.
Okay.
Yeah. Right. So, you guys head up into where the library level is there. Not no one up into the little lift area there, and the little flash of light, and you're on another floor. There, you step out into the massive open library with all the shelves and everything else there. The receptionist there, you don't recognize this person today, but they just sort of wave you on in to go do what you want to do. I mean, no taking books, no leaving things without express permission. But you're free to look through any of the books here. And if there's any help you need. I mean, yeah.
In my experience, Janan gives jobs to people who steal books, so there is that.
Yeah.
But no, we're not like that. We won't steal books, probably.
Yeah. So I mean, again, there's probably about maybe a half dozen or so people here. A couple sitting at the tables, reading through things. A couple look perusing the shelves. You do see the little invisible, the unseen servants walking around with the white gloves, holding books for people and following people around. As all you can see from them is basically a little bit of a little circlet around where the head would be, and then a pair of white gloves, just to indicate where these unseen servants are. But you can essentially flag any of them down to retrieve books for you and carry books for you, whatever you want to do.
I like that. It's awesome. We should probably look into the royal family, see how far back we can go. I mean, if there's anything on what's his face? My soul body.
Yep.
Obviously that's how far back we could go if there is information, but like finding out about who is sort of how many people are in line to the throne right now, see how far down she is. Like, is she like third in line to the throne or something scary? See if there's any information on her, because see, we don't know at this point whether she knows what's going on in her mansion or not. And I mean, I'm gonna go with probably. But then if she's not spending time out in the garden and stuff, she probably, I don't know.
Well, just to remind you, there was dust all over the inside of the mansion. No one had really been in most of the places of the mansion very much.
Yeah.
There was a caretaker there, and a couple of areas were fairly well cleaned, but a lot of it was just signs of, I wouldn't say neglect. It wasn't like it was falling apart. It just wasn't like suspiciously clean or anything else. It was just sort of had an air of unuse about it.
But then that kind of worries me that maybe she's not around. And I mean, is she still showing up where she's meant to be and stuff? Is she still, because I'm guessing she's some sort of public figure of some kind.
You've never seen her, but then again, you've seen her. You can see her keep on the hillside. So if you let me just move you guys over to the map here, so just to kind of see this massive building right over here on the map. That's the keep. That's supposedly where she lives.
Right.
All reports there. You've never seen or heard of her like walking around town or anything else, but then, I mean, it's not unheard of for people to rule from their keep. I mean,
yeah,
you wouldn't have to be walking down the street.
I mean, if there's any way of finding out, maybe asking people, or I don't know if books will have answers, but if there's any way to actually get an audience with somebody. But then again, I mean, if she knows that we know and she's quite a powerful person, maybe she'll just do away with us. Although saying that, her caretaker knows that we know anyway, doesn't he? So there's something for the future reference. Yeah.
As you're sort of kind of settling there, kind of looking around, starting to asking some questions of some of the. There are a few people as well, attendants and such, that are kind of in students there with official kind of the ivory colored tabards over just kind of plain like kind of blue or green tunic and pants and such as that. You can see the very obvious tabards in that ivory color. they'll wander around there, and ask if anyone needs any help. And so as you're doing that, kind of gathering some books, gathering some information there, Amethyst, you get a message. A little that will chime in your head there that anytime Elia speaks up to you, and so you hear from Elia that she's a little bit excited. She's this strange well, kind of big news. My father, he, you know, they always joke about him being the Wood Baron, right? I mean, they call him the Wood Baron and stuff like that.
Mhm.
He's been elevated to an actual Baron.
Oh,
An emissary just arrived with the paperwork, the proclamation. He's been he's been made official.
oh, well, that
I
is
mean,
suspicious, but also quite exciting.
sure, yeah. On the heels of the city being elevated, there is no like regional like royal. The closest is Northport and Shorehaven. I mean, there's barons there, but
I mean, Sora's pretty.
Sora's from a merchant family from Shorehaven. There, no, definitely not royalty.
Mm,
Yeah, that Sora doesn't live there
no. Well,
technically.
got a house there.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right. So.
I mean, it's weird.
Yeah.
I just thought I'd like to know. I mean, it's a pretty big deal. So, I mean, is it now? I mean, the mayor's still the mayor. He's still going to kind of run the town, but I guess my father will be sort of overseeing the region now, which he was already doing anyway with all the foresting and everything else happening. So, I guess it's been made official.
Cool. That's pretty awesome.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I'm sure there'll be more to talk about as we find out more here. But I think you should know. I mean, things are going to be maybe a little bit different when you get back to town. When's that going to be?
Hopefully soon. I still have that thing to give to you. And you know, I miss you.
Miss you too. Well, I'll keep you posted if I find anything else out here. I mean, it's all still pretty new, but the proclamation went out, and yeah, I guess the emissary is going to stay here as sort of an advisor. It makes sense.
Okay.
I mean, someone who
can tell him congratulations from all of us.
Okay.
And we will come and see him soon. I'm sure he'll be wanting to use the airship at some point for his official business.
He does. Well, he has some deliveries and such to make too, so it'd be good. So yeah, when you can, let us know. Yeah.
Yeah, and in the meantime, we're hunting werewolves. So there's that.
It's like a long pause. Right. You mentioned something about that.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm used to being a cat. Don't be turning into a wolf on me. That's my job.
Well, if you can just look into maybe cures for lycanthropy just in case any of us get, bitten or anything, that'd be great.
Sure. I think there may be more resources where you're at right now than here, but
yeah, probably. But you're gonna go through Druid, so, just that.
Okay. Well, let me just see what just on the off chance.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's a curse, right? It's not that's something that's so I can't do much about curses. Maybe I'm not sure. I'll look it over.
Okay.
Okay.
All right. I'll see you soon.
Okay.
Love you.
Love you too. And so in that time there, the little conversation there, Sora, you can definitely pick up some books. Essentially, start looking over some books on religions and such. And so beyond just the deities of light, who the names of, there's Palor, Foltus, and then of course Bahamut. You've seen their iconography at the Temple of Light all the time. The Raven Queen, about. You've been to that temple in Raven's Crest, and there's the one right down by Strega's place. temple there. Other than that, Zilka's horse got a fortune and trade. You've heard that around there, and you went to the bank where it essentially is a temple of Zilka's. And other than that, getting into some of the darker deities, there's not a lot in sort of. It's more just sort of like, and these are the ones to avoid kind of thing. And you see like names like Neril, and Incabulos, Baal, gods of darkness, murder, hatred, things that basically deal with the darker side of things. Typically, you're not going to find temples of them in many major cities because they're just basically gods of murder and darkness and such. And so they're more like underground. They don't openly worship and find places like that. Other than that, there's a few other bees you kind of just perusing. There's kind of a listing of things, a pantheon of sorts, and there's some differences for different regions. In some they almost mix up Palor and Foltis as the same person, as the same deity. Zilkis, in some parts of the area, a place is very tied into a god named Procyon, who's a god of like the seafaring trade especially, and so there's this sort of mix and mash, and so of different names and places. It kind of starts to swim in your head a little bit. But of course, mentions of sort of the non-human deities. Goblins, according to that, seem to have some sort of a deity called Maglubiet, who's a monstrous-looking goblin, described as a monstrous-sized goblin. Vaprex, the Jubilex, all these weird deities of other like races and ethnicities and such like that, and sort of different outlooks on how to deal with things. So you kind of get bits and pieces, and in the time you have, you do pick up quite a bit of knowledge, as this place does accelerate how fast you can read and pick things up. You haven't done a lot of research here yourself before this, but a little bit on. Yep. So weirdly enough, like you find you're reading faster and retaining more than you normally would. And while you're not proficient, you definitely are picking up names and ideas around the gods that you never had before. So there's that. Now, in terms of werewolves, there's a lot of information that conflicts with each other. Werewolf being lycanthropy being a disease, or being a curse, or being something that's just natural, and there's a lot of again conflicting information there, because what it seems to be is it depends on the source of the werewolf. If it is rumored that there are actually werewolves werewolf-like tribes that live in the Feywild, that they are just werewolves. That's what they are. They're not cursed. They're just the race of beings that they are. You have the actual people infected with lycanthropy. You have shifters like in New Torben, that have a sort of a lower degree of lycanthropy. They can shift back and forth into animal forms. You even have the Order of the Lycan that you know about from the Crimson Hunt. They have a number of people that have taken on the traits of lycanthropy, to give them more power and to make them better fighters and hunters and such. So again, there's a lot of conflicting and varying information. There are even reports of shapeshifters who actually are wolves that can take human form. And so you have these multiple ways. You have people that can actually like use magic items to enhance them and make them into effectively werewolves. And so there's all these different ways of werewolves here. From what you can see and what you can tell from the ones you're dealing with here, it definitely appears to be a curse. It definitely appears to be something inflicted upon them. So you're looking probably the situation of seems to be kind of what you're piecing together there.
Lucas is going to be looking into the grasping void and astral space and trying to find a name, something to potentially contact in terms of finding out about the book.
Okay. One thing, while you find very few references, you did a pretty good research in the past about the grasping void here. But one thing you'll find more in general about about astral space is there are people from the astral space. There are like actually people that live there. The Gith race, the Gith Yankee Gith Zerai, and there's like documented issues of them being like rivals or combatants, or like various like conflicts between them. Even some elves, essentially a grouping of elves that live in astral space. So you call them astral elves. And so one thing you will pick up is there is in thinking about the Gith, there is a name that pops up. One sec here. There it is. The name Shrevora comes up as a Gith sage. Someone, it's known that this person, the name comes up in conjunction with someone that people have met. A sage of some type there that wanders the astral space, not specifically tied to any one group, but the name comes up in talking with in people having met Shrevora and what they being very knowledgeable about places and people and such. So you definitely have picked up a name.
I wanted to do a little bit of research on, like, for instance, first Cespinel, right? This Fae, like, and the opposite. So how we got rid of, Shadow Demon. So if I were to say try and destroy his thing inside the big forge area, like fire and forest, don't get along. So like looking at things like that, like, big curse, destroying this werewolf coin in a temple type of thing, like trying to find the opposites of some of the coins that we know of, and like doing some research on.
Okay.
Kind of out there reading, but
I would say go ahead and give me yes, give me an Arcana check there. It's just a general research check there. And Lucas, give me one as well. I want to see if you get any more details from what you're picking up there. Nice.
Wow. Goodness gracious me.
Yeah.
I think, like with the Shadow Demon, when we took care of that during the daytime, like anything that is strengthened by its environment, we have to find the opposite environment. So, like,
that's what Eldon's leading towards.
Yeah,
finding the complete opposing force, whatever the point is.
Like daytime when the sun is blazing for the werewolf, when we finally get that coin.
Right.
Sure.
Yeah.
You would say, based with a role like that, there you would find that obviously Cespinel, while you don't get that name exactly, you do, like, there are the plant, for lack of a better term, they're the plant lords. Essentially, they are just these archfey who are plant based, that control plants, that are almost sentient plants themselves. There are treant type entities that have that are named, have various names, all with very tree themes and everything else. That are sort of like the archfey among the plant kingdoms, like that. But then there are the darker, more twisted versions. Zispinel probably falls into the category of as the vines, the tendrils, the poisonous plants, the carnivorous plants, all those darker side of the plant life that's more out to destroy and twist and almost parasitic in nature, is the kind of thing you get from there. And so the antithesis of that would probably be in the middle of civilization where there is no plant, in the middle of a desert or some place where there's not a lot of water or places where plants could live, or some place like a graveyard or where there's sort of a presence of undeath. Shadowfell and things around that nature of the necrotic energies tend to sap and kill plant life, and so there may be a way to utilize that in some way. So, it's hard to tell without knowing more exactly about the nature of the Cispinel themselves, but the fact that they are tied to creatures that have ties to the Fae lends itself to being much more of the strong life element rather than the death element.
Right. And then also, I wanted to do some things about, I don't really want to send him back to the Feywild. I want to possibly kill that thing. So, like, if it is killed and our plane of existence is sent back to his.
It's hard to know without the actual, typically extraplanar entities like that, if they're strong enough and you kill them, they will be pulled back to their plane of existence there to reform over time. It's hard to say exactly without knowing the nature of itself there. It's very likely it might reform in the Feywild, but different. You don't really know exactly. It's hard to say, again, because it's also a plant creature. So what does it retain in memories? What does it do by instinct? It's hard to say because you've never interacted with Cispinel. You've seen it in use by someone,
right?
Whereas Zathor, you actually it spoke to you. It actually directed things that happened there.
Had a very fun conversation with him.
Yes. And of course, Lucia being very much intelligent there. You don't know, you never interacted with Cispinel in a way where it spoke or talked to you.
It's more of a force of nature than it is than a force of.
Potentially, yeah. It's like I said, it may just have a very alien intelligence to you as well, because it's, again, being plant based. You're not sure. So there is that aspect there. In terms of werewolves, yes, there are. We would say there are definitely wolves that men like sentient wolf creatures that live in the Fae. They can take a human appearance. There are actual werewolves that live in the Fae that spend most of their time in sort of the hybrid form. There are people in the Fae that change back and forth into animals all the time, and whether they're werewolves or not, again, the Fae is a very strange place there. So exactly what this creature is hard to say. It seems to be infecting people with lycanthropy because that's what you're looking at here. You'll know more once Janan's had a chance to study them. But
speaking of, is it about the time for her to?
Yeah, it's getting close. So, effectively, as you're sort of delving into your research there, reading through things, Amethyst, in Dravier, are direct descendants.
Okay.
So, where the Duchess and the current Duchess and that side of the family fits in, you're not really sure yet.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'd like to know what. I mean, we don't even know anything about her, do we? We don't know if she has any links with the Yonti, if she is Yonti, if she's.
Yeah, we haven't. I mean, we haven't bothered with any of that aspect of the world.
I would say that would probably be noted if she was not human or if she was something other than. As far as you know, there's nothing in the history in the family history that says that they've like adopted Yuan-Ti or anything like that, because obviously you wouldn't have a Yuan-Ti born from a human.
Yeah, but like if she's like third in line to the throne or something like that, and she is linked with all of this business that's happening at her mansion, if she has links with the auntie, if she knows everything what's going on, that's quite scary. If she doesn't know, she needs to know. Let's face it. But without actually directly getting involved in all of that, it's going to be, I don't know. It's a tricky one, isn't it? Because if she does know about it and she finds out that we know, that might make it difficult for us. And if she doesn't know, I don't know. I don't know. It's just, I think it's quite a difficult situation.
You don't know what she doesn't know or does know, so because
no, exactly.
Yeah.
No. And the only way to find out what she knows is to actually talk to her, and the only way to talk to her is get an audience with her, and we don't even know any way of actually doing that right now.
Not really.
Short of just walking up and knocking on the door, but I don't think that's going to go down well, do you? Oh, hey, so we broke into your mansion and we noticed there's some dodgy stuff going on there, and we thought you should know about it. Yeah.
Sure.
I do not believe that would be the best plan, Miss Amethyst. Maybe not that approach. However, potentially, after dealing with a werewolf infestation in her city, maybe that is a way in. Potentially.
I mean, I might even have a way in with the royal family in Dravia, because my soul is part of one of their direct, ancestors. They're direct descendants of him, of Nolan. So they might be interested in finding out that. I don't know if that'd be interesting to them. I'd be interested.
Don't forget they're the royal family, and we now know a Baron.
Baron?
Baron.
Baron.
Yeah. Oh boy, he's our Baron. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
He is
now.
Uh-huh.
Oh yeah. I thought you were saying like they can't have babies. I was like, what? They're barren? What do you mean?
What?
And I mean, he's a Baron because of us. Really.
Oh, we helped.
Yeah.
Yes.
Giant help.
Yes, he is also a major supplier of loftwood for the shipyards that run out of this town too. So, you do know that it's one of the highest grossing export of the city there is Ravenscrest is that wood shipments.
That's a possible in, isn't it?
So, about when you kind of piece this together, as you find it there, one of the little attendants will come to you and say, "I believe you are all supposed to meet with Professor Martinet. She is available to you up on the 12th floor." And you piece together like, "You didn't on the 12th floor yet. not sure what's there."
Interesting. Okay. Cool.
It says to exit and go to the chamber to the left. And so she's expecting you as soon as you can. So if you want, I can put the books away for you if you want.
Oh, thanks.
That
That's
would be
really
nice.
kind.
Yeah.
And this young, like completely smooth faced, a human guy just seeing things up there, and he calls over one of the unseen servants as well to come pick up some books there and put him out there, and you guys can head on up. As you enter the lift chamber, same thing as always. You basically indicate which way you want to go, 12th floor, and it opens up into a large circular entryway. So you're coming up from a circular like lift chamber into another circle very similar decoration there, but a little bit less fancy. There's no real lights or anything else like that. But there are a series of 5 doors in this circular chamber that kind of go out there. And as I said, to the left door over here, they're not labeled, they're not marked, but they are all closed there. Everything here is sort of a white marble and polished pale colored wood, silvery fittings on all the doors, everything else. They're kind of, it's a little bit bright to your eyes when you first step out into here, even as the chambers. But as you go to the left the door there's nobody standing around in here when you show up. I would say the arcane folks there, the 3 of you, you do sort of you definitely catch a tingle of magic, like you're being watched. There's obviously some sort of surveillance happening here as you walk in, though you can't really see it outright. But there's definitely
not a bloody another beholder would be all right.
Nope, there's just some sort of like magical awareness in this area is what you're kind of picking up there, almost like it's like a scrying type of thing, or some sort of clairvoyant sensor or something like that. It's just sort of like this ever-present, just somebody's watching this chamber essentially.
Mm-hmm.
But as you enter the left-hand door, you enter into a fairly large squarish chamber, just bare stone, lots of countertops. And you will see that there are 2 unconscious, not dead, but unconscious people that have been cleaned up. One of them being the shaggier human, one being the dark-haired dwarf woman. Both kind of set fairly spread apart in the room. The room is about 40 feet long, about 30 feet wide, and one is set kind of in one corner of the room, one set in the far corner of the room. They're almost almost 40 feet apart from each other. And you'll see that as you enter, Janan is there, and you'll see that Alindra is there as well. She's dressed in more a little bit more like student-looking attire in terms of like, isn't the full-on like student robes that you see like people wearing around here, but it definitely isn't her normal like running the shop attire essentially. But she's there and she's like, "Oh, good to see you all. I'm here to help out. Janan called me in to check things out, and I guess I'll be the one removing the curses. So got that all prepped and ready to go." And Janan, you see her; she's like setting out implements at each of the bodies there, making sure that they're all in place, and each of the unconscious forms. Oh, good, you're here. Right. Let's see. So we have confirmed that we do have 2 cases of lycanthropy, both curses, obviously, and we need to we can use them to find.
Oh, hi.
You're back.
Sorry.
Get your cam on quick.
You remember the stupidness is that a Discord is, right?
Yes, Discord is being dumb, huh?
Yeah.
Okay, no worries. Well, hope you're back.
Yeah,
Yay.
we've got Lucas's name on and your name on.
It'll
He's fixed it.
It'll snap back.
There we
Okay,
go.
so Janan does kind of call you as in, and so we're going to use the curses to scry on the source. Let's see here. So we'll start with this one. I think this and points to the dwarf woman there, who's actually the closer one of the 2. I'll just say, in inspecting them hearing what you went through with them, I think she's going to be just fine. That one, she points to the man, the shaggy-haired man over there. That one might be difficult. By the sound of it, the fact that he was in wolf form in the middle of the day, he's fully embraced the curse. And that usually means that they're fine with what's there. So even removing the curse, there's still going to be that mindset of being a killer. So we'll have to see what we can do for him. as I said, it sounds like she wasn't fully taken in by it yet there, but that one, I don't know. I also, we got some reports of the house where they were found. I'm not sure that you went through the whole house before you brought him out. Sora, your note you left there, there's nothing to worry about in terms of that. No one will be collecting on anything. It's very clear that the people in the houses were food.
Well,
We
then,
found evidence that they had been attacked. The wolf had gone through the wall at the top of the stairs there, and had obviously attacked. And yeah, so as I said, that one, there may not be much we can do for him, but we can at least remove the curse so he's not a threat to anyone at this point.
that's probably a good idea. Most definitely a good idea.
So what happens then if you remove the curse? What would happen with him if he's fully
He might,
embraced it?
well, he might still be a crazed killer, but he won't be a wolf anymore.
Oh, nice. Okay, so
I mean, as I said, if he's fully embraced that murderous predator type of mentality, it's not likely he's going to go back to being a normal person.
okay.
Well, like I said, we'll see. I mean, there may be something we can do. There may be something that some healers and priests and such that can do to help with the mind and such. But at least with these right now, we can try to track down who cursed them.
Mm-hmm.
And so you'll see, I would say, Lucas and Eldon, give me Arcana checks there, since you're more the... and this too, you two in this case, you're trained in Arcana as well at this point. Sure. Just in terms of expecting what's being done there. Lucas, I mean, you can see that there's obviously ritual elements put out there on the table, on each of the little tables that the unconscious people are resting on, various things there. You would assume for scrying intent and everything else. Amethyst and Eldon especially, looking at this, you can definitely see that there's essentially a... not only are the implements there for scrying, they're also oriented in a way to help track a location.
Mm-hmm.
And she, to kind of confirm that, she's like, so what we're doing here is we're going to use when someone is cursed by someone or something, there's always a bit of a tether of sorts between them. There's always that bond there that sustains the curse. And so in this case, the creature that cursed them, there's a connection there. And so we're going to basically try to find that connection, and it's stretched really, really tight. If we snip one end of the connection, what happens?
It breaks.
The rubber band snaps back. Yes.
Yes, if it's stretched taut enough, then yeah, it'll snap back in the direction, giving us a location of where it came from, or at least a direction it came from. And so we're going to try. So what I'm doing is I will be scrying on the connection while Alindra snips the string, essentially, and then we'll see. I'll be able to tell where it snaps back to, or at least it gives us a good direction there. And since we have two, I can get two directions there, and where those two lines cross gives us a bit more of a location.
Ah, yes, triangle. Their coordinates.
If we had a third, then it'd be even better. But at least this way, we can at least get two vectors essentially that'll cross at some point there, and that'll give us at least a better location than just one. Unless it's far enough away. I assume it's going to be close enough that we can do this, but we'll have to find out.
Do we know much about these curses? Like, if there's anybody else who's been affected by it, would killing the source then remove the curse from people, or do they need to be found and have it taken away?
It depends. I think in the case of that one, pointing to the man, the curse has taken hold and they fully embraced it. Whereas as someone who has not, there's sort of more of a victim of it that's sort of struggling with it and hasn't fully accepted it, they would likely lose the curse. It would fade over time.
Okay.
So, so in the case of the curse giver, killing them, destroying them would keep the ones like her from becoming like him.
Okay, that's good.
Right. So, if you want to position yourselves there, if you want to just keep an eye on things there, if anything happens, if they wake up there, we'll need to make sure they or don't
Well,
go all fly off the handle.
have we thought about restraining them before we go ahead and wake them up?
They are still like tied. They're still bound.
Okay.
They can't. So, if you want to do any further restraints or do any sort of magical restraints, so you definitely can. But they seem to be pretty well under for just kind of examination. They're just breathing slowly and heavily. Nothing really of a problem there.
I could just have hold monster ready if necessary, and I'm sure you can too.
Sure.
You?
Yeah. Absolutely. So you can kind of keep yourself aware there. And so they do start with start with her. And so you see Jan sort of like closing her eyes there, and you kind of see the tendrils of magic sort of like streaming out. There's almost like a ghostly. You almost see that ghostly line moving out. That's sort of like as whatever she's doing there. It's sort of like you see this like almost like a string being stretched tight off in a direction somewhat there. It sort of fades into view. As it moves away from the sleeping person there, but as she gives a quick little nod there, Alindra, she basically pulls up there and casts Remove Curse. As you watch that little line, sort of like almost like cutting a string, and it snaps back in a direction. You sort of see it like pull away, and so and Janan sort of like see how well she tracks it. And not great. So she definitely sees. She's like, okay, ooh, that was quick. Needs to stretch taut, right? And she's sort of like, well, definitely west, slightly northwest. From what I can tell there, I can't tell distance from this one though, but this next one's definitely will help. Okay, and you see as you're kind of watching the dwarven woman there, like her body relaxes, even though she was unconscious. She was still sort of tense, and not so much that she was shaking or that her muscles were standing out there, but there's just sort of a sigh, and the body just sort of like goes. His body just relaxes. Now, yeah.
Seeing her, I would like to go to her and hit her with guidance, just to help with that a little bit.
Sure. Yeah. So as she moves to the second one there, yeah.
My little gauntlet will light up blue as I lay a little arcane guidance on her there.
She smiles and thanks you, obviously. Okay, that was okay. Now I know what I'm doing. That was. It's first. This is sort of a new. This is why I had to prep this here. I'd never actually done this. This is all theoretical. So, but now that I've done it, I know this connection is stronger. Why I did it with her first. So, she moves over to the other, to the man on the far side of the room there. Linda, so they check over the girl to make sure she's okay, but then move over to him. And Lindra sort of like looks at you, look at us, and sort of like, and kind of, okay, as I believe, yeah, Remove Curse is a 3rd level wizard spell, which she does definitely has. She kind of preps herself there, kind of sits back there. You guys kind of move into position, and they take up positions there. You guys prep yourselves, arrange yourselves however you are. Janan getting the extra boost there. She pauses, sets her sights there, and she opens up there. She's definitely looking, and you see and you see when she is there, that line is where one to her was sort of a faint, kind of a bluish, maybe slightly dark blue. This one has a dark red into it. There's definitely something. The connection there is much more strong and vibrant, and it's almost like looking at a piano wire or a guitar string. It's almost vibrating with the intensity of this. She sort of like nods, and Alindra is going to cast. Okay. Alindra basically moves her hands out there, speaks a couple of words there, and there's just this. You hear this snap audibly in the air as the person's body arches up suddenly. His eyes open, and you just see him like just growling and just not awake, but just reacting. Anything you like to do there and seeing that?
Stand in front of Lucas's girlfriend here, like shield up.
Yep. Yep. Same. In front of both of them.
Standing right next to her, hitting her with guidance.
Okay.
Get ready to cast.
All right.
All monster.
Okay. All right. You will see Janan sort of like, and she's just like watching and looking, and so she's completely unaware. Like at this point, she is completely absorbed by the spell. There, this person, like starts like reaching out and flashing at the air. He has not changed. You don't see his claws or anything like that, but he's just like he's like trying, like struggling against it. You go ahead and cast.
Yeah, I'll cast.
Okay. Right. Let me just make sure. Yeah. Essentially, the second you do, he just kind of, and you see Alindra sort of like working and like trying to step back from it there, and you hit him with a spell, and he just like locks up in place there. The claws, his hands like in a clawed motion there, reaching out toward her, and he just stops in midair. His body just held in place, can't completely paralyzed. She's sort of just like wide-eyed, like looking back and forth at you. Okay. Whew. And you'll see that while he's locked into place, paralyzed there, his eyes don't open. His mouth sort of slowly sets into a more relaxed position. He can't move, but you can just see that he stops struggling against the spell. Like you can see, he's like, and while he's still not moving there, he's not fighting it anymore.
Does that mean we win?
Well, Janan turns and he just looks at you all. Well, that was interesting. She's like this, looks around, and a moment. She makes a sort of a motion, and you'll, I think all of you recognize this technically, is dispel magic. Something is dispelled. And after that, she sort of relaxes. Well, this is a problem. I got a general direction from the first. This one, I got a pretty solid direction. It's over here.
Ah,
Is it moving?
No.
right by the Duchess's place.
Well,
Hmm.
okay. I need to explain something to you.
Interesting.
Okay.
We
Explain.
cannot scry on the estate.
Oh.
It is not possible.
Why?
It fails.
She done magic.
Also,
She's got something in place there.
Mhm.
also, I will just say this. we don't mess with the royal family.
If they're
It's just-
dangerous and they're murdering people, we do.
Well,
No one's saying about dangerous and murdering people. What I'm talking about is they run the city. They run the military. They run everything. Messing with them will result in some very bad things. Now, I'm not saying this thing's there. I'm saying it's nearby it. The fact that I was able to get a location even close means that they're not in there. But they're nearby it, so that's a problem. This could be a threat to the royal family. This could be a threat to the city itself. If this thing has somehow infiltrated that region, that's a problem.
Hmm. Yeah, but you could also see it as she might be in danger. If there's a werewolf running around on her property, she could be in danger. If she's not directly involved, which,
That'd be very. And she's like, she does. You have a high enough insight there. She glances to where a sensor would have been listening or watching there that was dispelled temporarily.
Mhm.
Be very, very careful where you say that kind of thing.
Okay.
I'm what I know of the royal family, the Duchess especially, she's powerful. And I don't know, I can't say in what way she's powerful. Yeah, I mean, obviously the political, the financial. But I know that there's more to it. The fact that none of us can scry on that keep at all means that there's definitely some power there as well.
Not to mention what's going on in her mansion.
I don't follow.
Well, there was a bunch of Yonti in there riding and a big snake thing, and
In the mansion?
yeah,
Yes,
and some
as well
kind of
as
The ground.
some
uh,
kind of
okay.
fake caretaker living in the house.
yes,
Oh,
Yeah.
I mean,
a,
yeah, right, okay. I mean,
a,
that's not unheard of to, have some sort of extra planer caretaker. I mean, we got unseen servants running around here all over the place. There's even a couple of archfey to check in once in a while.
It's
yes,
Um,
not
the
a
same.
not a dark fae.
That's darkness is relative when it comes to the Fae. I mean, there's always shade, but yeah, I understand what you mean. I understand. That makes sense. We don't. No one goes to the estate either. I mean, it's just something we just don't do. You don't go poking the hornet's nest, right? I mean, it
We've
invites
already
trouble. Well, I hope not.
done that.
I have a feeling if you poked it hard enough, you'd gotten stung by now. So I think at this point, maybe just they may just be riled up a bit, but not swarming around you.
Our recent visit to the Feywild?
Did you actually tell Janine that?
I don't think we did.
Yeah.
Torben might have.
I thought we did.
We did tell Alindra, and I'm sure
did.
Torben
Yeah,
filled
when
her
we
in.
brought
Sure. Yeah.
when we brought all the stuff to
Oh,
sell.
yeah.
Like I
Yeah.
did the whole.
Alindra was like, "Oh yeah, I know about that. Of course."
Yeah.
Hadn't really get a chance to tell. I figured you would tell her if you. But
We
so
accidentally got sucked there through a portal that was in her mansion. Follow
In the grounds, not in the mansion.
in the grounds, in the garden.
oh, well, that's strange. I mean, not unheard of with the power we're talking about here. As I mentioned, having a portal to some place like that's cause for concern. Yes, absolutely. Well, I would say this: just be careful. Obviously, there's And let me see one more thing here. I'm curious if she. I've when I first moved here, I tried to do research on the royal family. Of course, I mean our Belden. I mean, being the person who founded this place, there, the Queen's brother, and I wanted to know more about the family, and things just sort of aren't available for the last couple of generations.
Shock.
Like, I mean, we know the royal family. I mean, the king and queen of Dravier, and there, but here, not so much. And I mean, part of it, I think, we've never had a major incursion of any kind of real threat to Port Oruss itself. It hasn't been attacked. We haven't had any real major threats. I mean, since the Dark War, really.
Mm-hmm. Well, if my suspicions are correct, she's directly involved in all of this and probably has the coin, I'm guessing. And could be part of a cult planning to bring him back. So, there is that. All my questions about whether she was involved or not have, I think, pretty much been answered. There's no way that this is a coincidence that a Fey-enhanced werewolf is hanging around there, and there's a Fey caretaker at the mansion and a bunch of Yuan-ti and everything else, and a portal to the Feywild. There's no way this is a coincidence. She's definitely involved. And I don't know what to do about that. We're obviously going to have to hunt down this werewolf at the moment. But after that, I think possibly going down to Dravier and trying to get to speak to the royal family and take it over her head and see if we can do it that way. Hopefully they aren't involved as well. It's not all a great big conspiracy.
While I respect your ideas, I would just say be very careful. I mean, you're poking into some things that, well.
But we can't just let people wander around trying to bring the Dark King back, can we? In using the coins of his generals and stuff.
Well, I mean, of course not. We don't know the whole story. We don't know what's really going on. All right, so you know a place to start. You know where to look. I would say, actually, by the time all this has happened, about an hour has passed. It's roughly about 3:00 now. You can definitely see between setting up the rituals and conducting the rituals and doing everything else, and then talking things over there. Both as you sort of like kind of things to the close there, Lindra's just sort of listening in and staying quiet and watching and looking concerned, obviously, because this is pretty major stuff, obviously, and seeing all of this what you're dealing with. She'll we'll go ahead and get these two taken care of and see what we can do. We'll have some folks come in that can do a little more therapeutic type magics and such. See what they can do for their minds and what they're dealing with, and see what can happen. So yeah, I'll go set that up and see you all later. Hopefully, maybe. Mm-hmm. Okay. Thanks, Professor. As always, it was a good learning experience. And she will head on out there, and Janan's sort of like, okay, well, if we're done with that line of conversation there, let me just go ahead and she sort of like makes a motion there, and can't leave that off really. This is a people will notice, and so kind of undoes the dispel magic essentially, and the scrying sensors for the room come back online. So,
what exactly is in the area, in that particular area where she indicated?
Typically down there, you're talking some guard stations, some attendants. So effectively, there's the roads don't really go. The roads sort of like stopped at a gates going into the keep, and there's a few outbuildings for people that sort of maintain the roads and maintain some of the grounds, some of the they maintain the outside of the keep area. So basically, yeah, you're talking about right about here. This little grouping of house buildings right over here, essentially are where workers that go up into the keep and then leave come back out to here. So, effectively, this is where almost a little neighborhood that services the keep itself. Especially the grounds on the outside, and kind of maintain. So there's some guard presence there and everything else as well. They'll watch over the ways, essentially, up through here into the little road that's here, and then there's like walls and roads and gateways on either side of the keep as well. There's actually sort of a wall that stretches, all it's kind of drawn in there, kind of along here, like that. Is where sort of the wall appears in the area there. And there's little gateways on either side, and then a little gateway in the middle as well, kind of where these kind of buildings stretch up.
Oof. I want to turn to Dan. Out of curiosity, could there be tunnels there leading into
I wouldn't know really. I've never really examined the grounds themselves. So I mean, there could be. It is a rather beautiful area there. If you haven't, I mean, especially this time of year with a lot of the snow melt. And I'll just show you what that area looks like right now. So effectively, like this, the keep is almost like a terrorist step down, right here. This image down here. And all the water, all the snow melt, and all from the canyon walls sort of brushes down there into a large sort of like large pools of water and such. And sort of the keep is very much like a terraced, like stepped up the canyon wall, with the largest section being down at the base. Where everything else, there's actual like towers that stretch up, and then there's even a way sort of at the top of the canyon wall, where you can actually see that there's actually like a gatehouse that goes out into the plains beyond Oruss. You can see sort of overlooking the entire city, and then see out over the plains to the west of the city itself, where the trade route heads out that you've taken in the past.
And we've avoided like all of that, right?
Yeah, you've kind of seen this off in the distance, never seen it really close up. And when they're looking at and seeing it now, this time of year, with it being spring, all the snow melt, everything else, there's a lot more water cascading down around the area there. It sort of dries up late, like at the end of spring, sort of throughout summer. There's still little trickles and little bits of water, like smaller waterfalls, but now it's sort of like cascading all over it.
So we have head over there and have a look around.
Okay. All right. So, Janelle will wish you all the best and everything else, and if there's anything else you can do, short of dealing like going up against the Duchess or the city leadership themselves, just be careful. I know you have all the best intentions. I know that. But not everyone in a higher position of authority would recognize that. So just stay safe. And
We'll certainly try.
My little gauntlet lights up. And I want to activate that thing, make sure I don't Ooh. Okay.
Uh-oh.
It
Oh,
doesn't
no.
succeed. So my pack goes to light up, and there's like a little bzz, and I failed to cast the cantrip message.
Okay. I'm gonna
Nothing
say.
happens.
I'm gonna say basically,
oh.
since you roll a natural 1 on that too.
Yeah.
Essentially, you're gonna cast the cantrip there, and all of a sudden, it's like you get like every person's voice all around you suddenly messages you, and you get this like splitting headache, and you'll take. We'll just say you're gonna go ahead and take yourself 2 psychic damage, as it's just like, oh god, oh, it's like it's kind of like that ice cream headache kind of thing. Of like, oh, ow, okay, and then it's gone. But it's like, ooh,
Brain free.
yep.
No. Yes.
Oh,
Yeah. So you see me just hold my head 1 second. Ow. Yes. Maybe we speak to someone privately. Yes.
Okay. So you guys head out of the Lyceum, and yeah, you can pick and choose where you want to go. Obviously, there's various places in terms of like a cafe. You could be out on the street there, kind of pick a spot in the street where people can't see you.
I think we should head back to Ravenscrest and retire this adventurer lifestyle and just, get married and stay safe.
Good plan.
Yeah.
It's great campaign, folks. Go ahead.
I think if we do that, there might be the problem of trouble finding us anyways. So...
I do think that maybe we return to the ship, though, and discuss things. Yes.
Yeah.
I think it might be worth contacting the syndicate. You were talking about tunnels beneath that area. If there is any, they'd know.
Yes. Let's talk before we get, after we get to the ship. Yes.
Well, why don't we just take a look around the area now? It's daylight.
Because if they see us stalking around the area now, they might be a bit more vigilant later on tonight.
There's no need to skulk. We just walk around and have a look. It's quite pretty there, apparently.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
We're not climbing over the walls and getting into the compound. We're just walking around the outside.
Okay.
All right. Yeah. So you head.
I'm good to do either, but I really think that staking out the mansion and figuring out what we're gonna do is probably a better idea than just going in cold turkey.
Cold turkey. What about getting up onto the cliff and looking down and seeing like the grounds and stuff from above?
You don't think they've got some type of barrier up there to prevent us from seeing inside? If we can't even scry to see inside?
Probably.
Yeah, so basically up on the walls here, so there are some like tower structures up here, and like essentially there is almost this little cliffside. There is a wall built along this cliffside that kind of drops down, and so they're actually. I'll just go ahead and do it. So there's a wall. Whoops! I want a line, not that. Undo that. Need a freehand tool. There we go. So it goes up along this way. And then
the others can fly.
There is that. Effectively, and there's like a little tower here, a little tower here, and a little gateway here, and a little gateway here. So yeah, essentially, you have this sort of the natural barrier along there, plus the walls are kind of built there. So essentially, yeah. I mean, if you went across that, you would see there's actually a wall and some towers here that can kind of like look out over the plains up this way.
Jim, it might just be me, but that looks like a mouth.
Yeah, it does, doesn't it?
And teeth.
You're not wrong.
Like gaping maw waiting to eat us.
No, I refuse.
I mean,
I refuse to believe.
I will neither confirm nor deny this.
Yeah. Yeah, but we know you, Joe.
Look it up. Go look at it. It can't hurt anything to just go look at it, right?
Yeah. I mean, so you can either go obviously along the road here. There's the actual bridge. First bridge actually does go right around this neighborhood over here that we're talking about, and then into the high quarter they call it. There's a lot of military buildings in here, but there's also the bank, the broker you were in with the broker. You know, there's various buildings over here that sort of like service like higher end folks and such. So, yeah, that's basically what you see. So in this section over here, I would say reports you checked out there was at least one werewolf sighting / attack down in the foreign quarter, and there were sightings but no victims up in the high quarter.
Just going up, ask around casually, saying, "Oh, there's been trouble in the city. Have you had any trouble? Haven't seen anything suspicious? Any trouble up here?" Just the locals.
Yeah. So, Lucas, you want to? So, you guys don't want to go together? You want to split up? Do you want to kind of keep tabs on each other, kind of from a distance, or how do you want to approach this?
Why do you keep suggesting that we split up, Jim?
We can do telepathic bond if you like. I mean, we don't have to stay too far away from one another, but
no.
And the main reason I'm asking is the fact that if a tabaxi, a dragonkin, a gnome all decked out in craziness, and a bard are walking around in a clump asking people things, it attracts a lot more attention than someone walking along saying, "Hey, what's been going on?"
So I don't have to look like a tabaxi.
You're not wrong, but
yeah. Mostly, I need to know how you want to approach it if you want to gather information. Obviously, it's going to make things different if you're doing it as a group as opposed to you're doing it individually or in pairs or whatever.
Lucas is happy to go off on his own.
Sure.
I have a disguise kit I'd like to use.
Okay. You can effectively change the coloring of your scales. You couldn't really make it something. You wouldn't be able to look like not a dragonkin.
Right. No,
but you can at least change the coloration of yourself. Yeah.
I want it to be white or silver.
Okay.
With still my blue eyes because I'll never change my blue eyes. And
sure.
You can't change your gear, right? With the disguise kit, it's just your skin.
Well, you talking about the spell disguise self, or are you talking about the just a disguise kit?
I have a disguise kit.
Disguise kit is just like makeup. I mean, you just like, yeah, it's just really you could just change like some of your features. Yeah, I mean, you could change your clothing and make yourself look different by not wearing the same amount of stuff there, or putting stuff in your backpack instead of putting it on your hip. Obviously, your armor kind of attracts it, but I mean, in terms of like what you want to look like, it's a little difficult to look drastically different.
Right, I'll try to look a little bit more noble-like. Let's put it that way.
Sure.
You know, the makeup that they would wear.
Sure.
It's a real shame we didn't keep hold of that Manatech item, the disguise self. Item that let you use it 3 times a day. Maybe you could get something like that, so you'd still have it, but you wouldn't have to be attuned to it.
Yeah.
You traded it to Nils.
I did trade it to Nils.
Maybe Nils has still got it in his shop. We could check.
Oh no!
I bet Nils.
We gave it to Nils, and he put it on my bracers.
Oh, you still have it then?
I do. I have the bracers in disguise.
Yeah,
there you go. Then you're all right.
Yeah. So you can look whatever you want to look like. It's fine.
I don't look like a cat and you don't look like a lizard. I'm sure we'd be a little bit less inconspicuous, but even if we're just a few feet away from each other, we don't have to like split up, like go in different. We're all going to be in the same sort of area, and we'll be in, constant contact with one another because of the spell.
Okay.
But someone's camera dropped out on there.
No.
It's covered up. Yep.
Oh yeah. Okay.
He's a BRB.
Oh yeah.
Yep.
Oh yeah.
So, okay. So then, Lucas, you wanted to kind of ask around a little bit there. The two you want to look differently, kind of ask around there. Eldon kind of hang back and just kind of be a lookout or keep tabs on things or just try to notice things, that's fine. Okay, so as you kind of get across the bridge here and kind of moving into this area, you'll just see in this little like grouping of houses and buildings over here, there's definitely a mixture of like you don't see a lot of activity. You see a number of people like in armor and stuff like moving around there, and kind of up beyond, just kind of beyond the buildings there. You do see there's that fairly stout-looking stone wall with a gateway on it there, and there's a couple of soldiers people in the armor, so they're looking out there. There's at least a couple of like soldier type people wandering around. Maybe some craftsmen that are wandering around, just sort of like moving from place to place. But there's not a lot of activity. It's not a bustling like hub of stuff going on right now. People just sort of like go there that's where they live and then go off to other places. So it has that sort of look of this is like mostly residential space area over here. Beyond that, you start to see some larger buildings, to be like minor, fairly like larger like houses and such on the edge over this way, and then sort of riverfront property over here. Very nice looking manor house there, overlooking the river there, very beautiful with manicured flowers and gardens and such like that, all stretched around there, looking very pretty. Into this section over here, where you'd see some larger. A mix of what looks to be houses and buildings, maybe where they would store some goods of some kind. Like going and checking to see what they are, but like very nice looking warehouses or very nice looking like shop, where a higher class merchant might store their goods, and then more houses over here. Other than that, though, anyone you want to try to stop or want to grab or ask any questions?
See if I can find one of the workers, especially maybe one that might go into the keep.
Sure.
I can't tell.
Yeah. I mean, you assume, based on what Janan was saying there, people that live over here probably work up or around the keep at least there. You don't see it like I said. You'll see a person, sort of a craftsman, maybe a woodworker of some kind. There is walking along there. You can hail him like, yes, sir. What can I do for you? And what do you look like? What do you look like? Do you look like yourself, or do you look like something else? If you ask the doctor.
Oh, I'm just looking like myself.
Okay. Ah.
Obviously a bard, so you know.
Sure. Yeah. Oh, what can I help you with today?
You all mentioned that there's been some trouble in the city with people being attacked, and you seen anything suspicious around here? It seems very quiet at the moment.
Oh, I mean, there's always the suspicious stuff around him. I mean, I always keep an eye on things, and but I mean, really, the city itself is fine. But there's always those folk you have to watch out for. Those people, ruffian, no good types and such. And you can see he's sort of like, without even trying, you can see this guy's like trying to make things sound more like dire or important than they really are. Yeah, there's always problems. There's always problems. But we have the guard to keep watch over us, and he's he glances over his shoulder as a guardsman is walking along in between the buildings over there. Oh yes, the guards always take care of us. And looks back at you. Yes, there's always worry about those shady thief types there breaking into people's houses and taking things, and of course they never quite catch them because they're just not that good.
Right. Not seen anyone skulking around at night?
Oh, I've seen at least recently. I've seen a person on the rooftop was looking down. I swear they're looking at people's houses and such. But I just closed the blinds and just stayed inside, stay out of sight there. Don't want to cause trouble. Don't want to be a target for any ne'er-do-wells and such.
Oh, very sensible. Very sensible.
Yes, I try. Yes. My lively work is my tools. If anyone to mess with my tools, I wouldn't be able to keep my job, and so I make sure everything is safe and secure as much as I can.
Yeah, very well done. I'll kind of thank him and look for somebody else.
Okay. So there were Amethyst and Thor. What did you want to do? You want to do something similar in the area?
Yeah.
Just kind of looking around. Okay.
Yeah, just kind of, maybe pretend that we're looking into finding a place to move into and, just checking out the neighborhood.
I'll have the family crest out so that, it is recognizable.
So not many places to purchase here, but further along the way, there definitely would be. There's probably like higher end houses and stuff like that.
So you've disguised yourself so you're not a dragonkin, but you were wearing the family crest?
No, I am still me.
Oh, are you?
Yeah, I'm gonna be regular old me.
Okay.
And
in armor and shield, armor and weapons, and.
Oh no! I mean, like my dragonkin part of me is still me, but my armor and stuff is going to look like regular noble clothes.
Okay, so. Okay.
The noble version of me.
Still blue?
Yeah, still blue.
Okay. All right. Okay. Then Amethyst, how about you? What do you look like?
Well, I mean, the plan was to just look a bit sort of normal, maybe like a human or something. But if Sora's going to be, maybe I should look like a male dragonkin, and we could pretend that we are like newlyweds or something, looking for a new place. I don't know. I don't know. It looks a bit weird, but I just want it to be like just a normal kind of human, and just pretend that I was looking to move into the area and asking the neighbours what it's like living there and stuff, and if there's any dodgy, suspicious behaviour. Yeah, I might just let Sora go off on her own and just.
Okay, so Sora, you head off one way. So essentially, there's a little fork in the road here. It kind of goes back around into here, or along the riverside. Who wants to go which way?
I kind of want to look around.
You just want to watch, okay?
But also like I want to see, like, keep track of like the guards in the area.
Okay.
Like look through my owl.
Okay, so you kind of find a spot maybe along the river, just kind of
Just walking along this little path here.
So you're heading all the way down. Okay, all right. So heading down that direction there, and Sora, you're kind of heading along this way. Lucas, you're kind of set up in here. Eldon, you're using your bird. I would say. Let me see one thing here. Where are you sending your owl, Eldon? Show me where you want it to go. Okay, just there. All right. Okay. Give me a perception check to the owl if you're looking through the owl's eyes. Okay. All right. Oh darn. Okay.
Darn.
I would say okay. So I would say a couple things you would see. Essentially, you can kind of see up the wall there. The wall has sort of a has a very stout stone wall along the way here. About 10 or so buildings, houses, mostly houses. I was looking there. At least one of them maybe a workshop of some kind. But this little cluster of buildings right here, you'll see, as I said to Lucas there, it's going to be occasional someone like wandering out of a place, like a craftsman wandering along the way, a couple of guards milling about or moving from place to place.
Is there any signs of like werewolf tracks, things happening?
Not that you can see. There's nothing that's obvious anyway. You don't see any like scratched up claw marks or something like that. Nothing that would stand out to you as specific tracks or damage. It's like so if there was something here, they didn't do any major damage to the place. You don't see any signs of an attack or torn up ground or anything else or torn up roof tiles or anything else. But yeah, listen to flying around there is pretty much what you see. Amethyst, go ahead and give me, I guess, a persuasion check or deception check, depending on which way you want to do. Which way you want to do. You're obviously deceiving people that's saying that you're a human-looking noble person. But if you just wanted to persuade,
not noble, just a regular person.
I was wondering. Okay, so all right.
Yeah, to me,
yep. So who is your mark? Who are you looking for in terms of getting information from?
Are there any taverns or anything like a?
Oh sure, yeah.
Yeah, I'll go in there and find someone who's drinking. Maybe buy him a drink. Pretend to be a little bit tipsy myself, maybe.
It's think very high end, like high end ale house pub type things like that, or like a wine bar or something like that. You don't find like a dive tavern in this part of town. They're pretty like higher end, but even there, you're going to see some people that are day drinking. And so you wander into one of these. It's all like craft beers and all like specialty drinks and stuff like that. And so there's at least one person just sort of sitting there nursing a drink on the side there, sort of watching out the windows. People are walking by, and it's actually very like bright and cheery and like well lit in here as opposed to most pubs and taverns. So as you approach there, you see the bartender. Weirdly enough, a tiefling behind the bar. Very in full on like tuxedo style, like the very proper vest and the long narrow tie there, all kind of curled back, and he sort of sits there and sort of nods and smiles at you. Hello there.
Hi.
And the guy sitting at the window just sort of looks up there and just kind of raises his drink up to you, like, "Hello, how are you today?"
Okay,
He's
thanks.
older. Oh, this would be, what is this again? It's the mead.
I'll get 2 of those, please.
Oh, well, right then, sure. And Tiefling puts 2 of the bars there. That'll be 1 gold, please.
I'll give him a gold, and then
sure.
And
they're basically very, very nicely made, like earthen, like think like crafted pottery. They're not like earthenware, like drinks. They're like actually like glazed pottery glasses. They're sort of almost little mugs there, or I guess we call them like tumblers or whatever, and with a bit of meat in them.
Okay, I'll take the other one over to my new friend.
Thank you. Very, very kind of you.
You're welcome.
This is my. How many is this? That's number 4. Good.
Oh, it's that kind of day. I think I need at least 11 of those.
That's quite impressive for someone your size and stature and such. So, how are you? What can I do for you?
Yeah, I'm all right. I'm just, looking to make some friends and stuff. I'm thinking about buying a place in the area, and I just wondered, what kind of place it is, what kind of stuff goes on, any dodginess that I should know about.
Dodginess in this part of the town? Never. I mean, the Ranger Corps has barracks just down the way, and the Port Authority they've got their headquarters here too. I mean, and all the establishments are very, very wonderful, like this one. So it's all fine.
Yeah, no suspicious activity or anything.
No.
Okay.
He's lying.
Yeah. You sure?
No.
There's another mead in it for you.
Well, I can buy my own meat. I appreciate that, but it's, no. There's always the daytime and the nighttime, and while the authority is very good, and the Rangers they're busy with their stuff, So there's always people you have to watch out for. There's those dodgy ones. And he actually sort of like looks over at the bartender. Like people that yeah, I mean, you never know what kind of people you might get into on the streets at night.
Yeah, could be like tabaxis or anything.
Oh, no, I know it's a backseat. He lives just down the road there. He's a really nice person. He has all kinds of information and such. They call him the broker. Yes, I know him.
Oh, I think I've met him. Yeah.
You certainly have.
Yeah,
You're in that
seems
neighborhood.
Seems like a nice person. Hey, he's the best person to go talk to. I might do that.
So, I mean, it is as always. I mean, I've heard stories. They were just the other day. Someone said they saw some big person running through the streets, all hunched over, some monster-looking thing in the shadows. Just down the street.
Oh yeah?
Yes.
When was this?
Just the other night.
That's interesting.
This was the person I was drinking with the other day was talking about it.
Who was that person that you were talking to?
I don't know.
Oh, God damn it.
This is drinking. Someone I was drinking with. Like I'm drinking with you.
Yeah, we're having a nice drink together. My new friend.
Mm-hmm. And I mean, just probably a human male in his like maybe early 60s. He's got sort of the grayish hair showing out there. He looks well dressed, but he's just not quite. I mean, you don't really know much. Can't really tell much about this guy from what he's dressed when he's obviously day drinking. So,
Yeah.
Okay. Or we'll cut to you real quick here while you think what you're doing next. There, moving on the river along the riverside. Kind of heading along this way. Again, lots of very nice places. This building right here, is coming there, is the Port Oruss Authority, the main dispatch and place for the city guard, right over here. This big old building here, and there's a lot, and you see quite a few guard folk there, like guard people in uniforms, kind of moving in and out of the place. It's kind of the main headquarters for the city guard. Right. And it's not like busy. They aren't training in the front yard and all that. It's mostly just like you'll see a member of the guard coming and going occasionally as you're walking up there. Not sure what goes on there, but yeah, it's a pretty large building there with the Oruss Authority symbol on it.
I guess that I will go in there.
Sure. They do have sort of there's sort of like a little it would be kind of like a little training yard in here, but sort of in the back on this side over here is more like an actual office or sort of a place you can step into there. So you enter in there. And sort of reception area there where you can step in and, you're here to lodge a complaint, are you?
Well, no, not really.
All right then. Reporting a crime.
No.
Oh, okay then. What can we do for you?
I'm kind of.
You want to join up, don't you?
I'm already part of a group. Thank you.
Really? Okay.
Yes. I'm here to see about how I can help you.
Oh.
Yeah, like,
well,
I have been hearing rumors about attacks at night, and I tend to be a night owl, and was wondering if there was any information you could give me to help you with these attacks.
Well, I mean, we've been receiving reports. And he like pauses a moment and goes, "Wait, Blue Dragonkin, you were helping down in the workers' quarter, weren't you?"
Yeah.
Well, I hope that all turned out well there. I haven't received reports of any problems of anything else, but well, I appreciate any assistance you have. Reports. Just a moment, please.
Oh yeah.
and steps away there. And a moment later, out steps a woman in her maybe mid-30s there, hair pulled back in a really tight kind of bun there, wearing a breastplate and sort of a little only a little half cape off one side there, sort of a dark red color. You're here to inspect, ask about the attacks. Then is that right? I'm been putting together all the information here that we can find. What can I? Anything new to report, or are you looking for more information?
Just more information. We found 2 individuals who have been attacked, and we have taken them to be in the recovery center. The rumor has it there are more up here than there are down there, and I'm just trying to recover if rumors are true or not.
Well, according to what I've seen so far, there was a victim last night in the foreign quarter. There were 2 reports. It may have been the same creature, if it is one of these. By all reports, there it might be just one of them, or it could be more than one. It's hard to say. But there were 2 different eyewitness reports in this region here, and so we've increased the guard presence. And we are looking more into how we can deal with this problem. And she pauses for a moment there. It's not the first time we've had this.
You don't say. Tell me.
No. Well, the reports all lead to us to believe that there are werewolves,
Right.
based on the nature of the attacks and such. Well, it's happened before. Well, a few times in the last decade. There's literally been a rash of attacks 3 years ago, again 5 years ago, and 9 years ago, as far as I can tell. The reports, some activity, people being attacked, and then it stops. Some people are apprehended. People have been killed, and 3, 5, and 9. Yep.
So I often wonder, with the attacks being so close to the Duchess house, how safe are they?
Well, there's no attacks there, as far as we're aware.
We heard of one from last night. It came in like dawn this morning.
There were sightings in the area, but not an attack. At least according to, unless you're hearing something else. I mean, none of our reports show that there was actually any victims in that area.
Right. But I was thanks, Amethyst. Appreciate it. No, I'm just wondering how well protected the Duchess is with all of this.
I mean, extremely. If anyone's protected this place, it's definitely her. She has her own guard force. We also patrol the roads in and out around the area. There's also the Rangers that will actually. The Rangers actually man the exterior wall. Yes, if any place is secure in the city, it's there. And as far as I know, we've never had any reports of an attack on the grounds of any kind.
Nothing on the grounds. That's interesting.
No.
Well,
Because
it might be
none
that
of
they're
them
doing their
reported to
job.
us.
Right. Okay. Well, I thank you.
Of course.
Appreciate it.
And thank you. If you, as reports say, you did inspect the victims, and you said that you've apprehended 2 of the attackers. That's very good. I appreciate the help.
Oh, no problem. If you need anything, let me know.
Of course.
I'll tell them the inn that I'm staying at.
Well, you've been sleeping on the ship, so
Nope. I'll tell them at the inn I'm staying at.
sure. Yep, Copperhead. Yeah,
And
sure.
if they need anything, to send word there.
Very good. We will. And of course, we appreciate any assistance. And if we do have word that we can get you involved, we will.
Yeah. Thank you. No problem. I will see my way out.
Okay. Right.
Uh,
Come back around to you.
Can I do a quick glance over at their training ritual? What they're doing?
As you, by the point, essentially, there's no actually out training right now. The training yard's sort of in the backside over here.
Okay.
And it's set up there basically it's kind of like shooting range, almost like a shooting range and like a sparring area, something like that. There's nobody currently using it, but you definitely see like there's kind of like the there's a couple a whole set of like weapon dummies to hit and targets to shoot, and then a very large area for sparring and such.
Okay.
But there's nobody currently out there.
No. Okay. Oh, I forgot to ask. Does she know about how many soldiers are supposed to be protecting the duchy's place?
Um,
Would she tell me?
She would give me a persuasion check.
Ooh. Persuasion. I'll put on all of my good lucky charms.
Mm-hmm.
25.
Nice. She starts to like appear a little bit. I wouldn't give you that information, but then sort of like thinks better of it and says, there are essentially there are dozens at every gate, along the walls and such. And you'll find at least 4 at each gate, and then more on the walls in between, etc. And then there's a number of guards that roam the grounds as well. And I said the rangers man the wall up on the plains. And there's anywhere from 8 to 10 or 12 there any given time. So, I mean, not an army, but quite a number of people there.
Yeah.
It's well protected.
Very good. Okay. I feel
And-
more confident and better that their numbers are stronger than what I was led to believe.
They're also very much more trained than your normal guard as well. They've got class levels. They're not just like a first level fighter dude.
Yep. I figured.
Yep.
Very
Well,
and then
all right then. Okay. So back around to Lucas and Eldon, you sort of were up in the area here. Anything else you want to do up in these, like checking around up in here, investigating or looking into things up here?
Just out of kicks and giggles,
Mhm.
approaching like a sewer grate.
You don't see sewer grates over there.
You don't see any at all.
Nope.
Interesting.
Yep. There's no sewers around that area.
Okay.
I would say the first one you would find would probably be down, probably closer into this area over here, but there's none around the keep.
Okay.
So there wouldn't be any up in here. So you might find one probably right around this corner here, this corner over here. Yeah, you're not really seeing much in the way of sewers. There's no like sewer grates there, at least.
Okay.
Doesn't mean there isn't any sort of sewer presence, but there's no like access point in that area.
I was thinking I'd open up a grate and let a little familiar down in there to go fly around and look around for a little bit. See what he sees down there.
Yeah. Where was that again? And...
the one that's over here.
Oh, sure. Yeah. Okay.
Just see what he sees down there. See if he sees any signs of anything.
It's very, very clean. It's obviously more like a runoff kind of thing, and like a storm sewer kind of situation. But there's various. You don't see much of anything. It's not well lit. It's not well. I mean, it looks clean. It looks like there's passageway stretching in either direction there, sort of like fairly clean water rushing through.
There's nothing facing towards the keep at all.
Not really, no.
Okay.
I would say you will spot, because you were looking for it there. There may be some like pipes that spill out from that direction. So if it runs this way and it keeps up here, there's some pipes that'll run out potentially, but nothing that's like no branches of the sewer heading that direction.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay.
Okay.
I'll kind of head back towards the ship for now.
Okay.
Wait till we can discuss things.
Okay. And Lucas, what you want to do up there while you're looking around?
I'll continue asking the odd person. If
Sure.
I don't get anything from the workers, I'll try one of the guards.
Okay. Give me a persuasion check. Okay. Basically, as you approach there, guard sees a bard-looking person there, very interesting equipment on you and such like that, since you're not hiding any of that. Hello. And you see kind of a somewhat hulking-looking person there, slightly greenish tint to their skin, indicating probably orc blood to some degree. But just looking very like imposing. What can I do for you?
Well, I noticed there's been a bit of trouble down in the city. You know, attacks down here. I just wonder if you've seen anything up here. It's been quiet.
No attacks. No. We ensure the safety of the area here, especially. But there have been no attacks.
Any sightings?
No sightings. Give me an insight check. Actually, forget your passive insight's enough. He's obviously not telling you everything. He's just it's like nope, no sightings, nope. And you just like there's some knowledge there. Well, you're not sure to what degree, but he's definitely not like telling you like this. Just his posture, the sound in his voice there. You're like, nope. He's dismissing this way too fast. He's seen something.
I'll say, we are looking into it. You know, if you have any information, it would be very helpful.
Oh, of course. But we take care of the area here and make sure that there's nothing. Everyone here is safe and such. So no, everything's fine.
You must have seen something, I'm sure. I know there's no attacks in the area. Obviously, doing a fine job. Something might have passed through that someone might have seen.
It's best not to look too closely to the affairs of this area. We have things well in hand, and anything that's in this region will be dealt with very severely. And you're picking up. There's definitely some recognition here. Like he knows more than he's letting on, but he seems very confident in what's here. And give me a perception check. His sword is silver. The sword on his hip there. You can just see just the glint of it there. And it's not, and with a 28 especially, you'll also see that the scabbard that there is not worn the same as the belt that it's on. Like the scabbard has recently been placed on the belt he normally would wear with his armor and such.
Yeah, I'll say to him, I can see you're well prepared for the creatures that we believe are roaming the place.
Oh, so glance at you, kind of like, you're like, yes. If there's a problem, we will deal with it.
Yeah, you got to find the source of the problem first. You said
I
it was
mean- Well, when the source makes itself known, we take it out. Just like last time. Oh,
Oh, when was the last time?
I can't tell you that. State secrets and all that. I'm just work to make ensure the safety of the keep and everyone around it.
Well, there's already been deaths in the city, so obviously there's something slipped through.
They'll be dealt with too, I'm certain.
What, the dead people? How are you going to deal with that when they're already
No.
dead?
Whatever the problem will be dealt with.
And how many more will die in the meantime while you're keeping your secrets?
Depends on how fast they deal with it. I mean, people die all the time, and it's a matter of we let people know and get people out there doing what they need to do. And if you are out there doing what you do, then it'll be done faster. But this area is secure.
If we all share information, we'll get the job dealt with even quicker.
Well, like I said, you don't need to worry about this region because we have it under control. If you're working down there, we don't have information on the rest of the city. This area is safe.
But have there been any sightings in this area?
No, there have not.
I don't think you're telling me everything, friend.
Well, I'm not bound to tell you anything. I work for the estate. I work for the Duchess. I work for the city.
What about the families of the dead people in the city that have been torn apart by werewolves? Do you work for them? Do you care about them?
I think maybe it's time for you to go on your way. We cooperate with the city guard and anyone else that's dealing with the city itself, but we have a responsibility here.
Well, friend, I just hope it's not one of your family members that gets torn apart next time.
Well, I would say the same for you. And he sort of like, it kind of does a sort of like, and gives that stares past you at this point. He obviously is not talking with you any longer. But
yeah,
he obviously, and you'll notice that he holds himself in a way that you've seen enough competent fighters to know this guy is competent what he does. There's nothing like sloppy about his appearance, his gear, his stance. He looks strong. It's just he's got his job. So, okay. Well, by the time this all moves along here, we're looking at probably getting to be around 5 o'clock or so by the time that all the investigation happens and people moving around. It's been a couple of hours at least. And so you got a couple more hours of daylight. So while you think of what we're going to do next, let's go ahead and cut to break because we are about that time. It'll take about 10 minutes to get drinks and hit the restrooms, all that stuff there, and we'll be back real soon. Okay?
Good, I need a week. Jim and Elney. You cheated on me with Quinn, so you know. Thank you. Thank you. I just heard that.
And welcome back. Hey, everyone. So we have situation here, obviously. The group has been investigating sightings of werewolves and such, and uh, centering their search on the high quarter over here in the city of Port Oruss. So after a couple of hours gone by, you found some information here. So what would you like to do now?
I want to get hold of Amethyst.
Okay.
Yeah. Kind of
Okay.
go have a little meeting.
Sure.
Get in touch with the little syndicate there.
Okay.
See if they know about the area.
Well, me and Sora were going to go and see Broker, but if you want to catch hold of me, I can.
Oh, broker. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
We have the telepathic bond going, so we could have been talking to each other this entire time.
Sure. You guys, so once you finish your conversations, you can fill each other in on what you find out there, and then kind of coordinate back to some central area over here. Wouldn't be hard to do, so you can pick where that is. And I believe, if I remember correctly here, Broker is right around here. Yeah.
Did we
So-
not offend him in the last time and swore us off? Yes.
No, he was the guy that bought. He was the guy that bought the copy of the book, wasn't he?
Yes. And I threatened him with
You did.
bodily harm. Sora threatened him with bodily harm.
Actually, I will clarify here. It was Trevor that the bodily harm. Sora was actually outside. Sora did not go in.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that's right.
Sora was the one heading off the guards that were coming when he put up when he set up the alarm.
And I was only ever friendly to him because he's a fellow tabaxi.
Yep.
And stuff.
Maybe I stay outside the building then.
Probably a good idea.
I think me and Sora should go talk to him.
Okay.
I'm feeling pretty good over there.
Okay. So we'll get back at the burger place here. So Eldon and Lucas can be outside or still somewhere in the area, kind of keeping tabs on things. You do know, well, this is the Port Oruss headquarters, where they basically, especially there is a Port Oruss authority station right here in this corner, where they actually have like the guard station essentially that moves around. So they basically keep tabs on kind of the whole area, this whole region over here. So it's a little odd to have a headquarters and a station that close together, but the headquarters is meant for dispatch or people to really come and go from. It's more where they just send out people to go man the various areas. So yeah, you guys head into Broker's place there. When you knock on the door, there's a momentary delay, and then you find the door just open on its own as the familiar sense of various incense and baked goods of some kind, so like cinnamon and cookies and various other spices and herbs on the air, kind of like they don't like waft out, but you can definitely smell them from inside there as you are deemed to be allowed to go in. Inside is pretty much as you remember it, just this explosion of knickknacks and tchotchkes on all different shelves over the walls there, various paintings and mirrors and other hanging artwork, and just shelves covered with little bric-a-brac and various things like that, figurines and like jeweled little jeweled statues and all kinds of stuff there. And sitting on a very kind of reclining on a very luxurious velvet couch is the tabaxi that you know as Broker.
It is good to see you. I see that you don't have your more abrasive people with you today.
Well,
What can Broker help you with?
One of those is in prison, so there is that.
Probably a good thing. I had heard such, yes.
Yeah, I am inclined to agree. So, Yeah, well, we're just doing a little bit of research and trying to find out. We've heard some rumors about attacks and stuff in the area and monsters skulking around and stuff, and I just wondered if you'd heard anything.
Let us see how much I have heard. I have heard of the attacks, yes. There are a number of reports of trouble in various parts of the city. Um, it has not been overly widespread, but it is a matter of time before things are put under control once more. I'm certain of that. These sorts of things happen on occasion when unruly people get out of line, and it takes some time to track them down and put them to uh, more incarcerated or dead type scenarios.
Hmm.
Dead type scenarios. That's interesting.
Hmm.
What else? Is there any specific information you're looking for?
I mean, there is, but we're not going to say it out loud, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Well, we don't have to, do we?
What do you mean?
I can tell him anything telepathically without actually saying anything out loud.
Right, that was what I was saying in our heads.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, what do we actually want to be sharing with him? Because
I don't know that I want to share any with him, so much as to see what all he
no.
knows.
Yeah.
I want to
Yeah.
extract
So,
information, not give information.
yeah. So I will send him a telepathic message just to say anything you want to say that you don't want anybody else to hear. You can tell me. You can trust me. I just
I
want to help.
I understand what you mean, but I don't know what information you're looking for specifically. I understand that the nature of these attacks are maybe animal-like attacks, so it could be various things. Um, I don't know for sure what the uh, culprit or culprits are based on the reports I've intercepted. They are more than likely multiple individuals acting in hostile ways. There have been victims and such, but uh, other than that, I am not sure what information you're looking from me.
Do you know anything about any victims?
Um, no one of note that I have not heard of anyone of importance or anything else. I believe maybe see if he did, what else he might have picked up in terms of victims. Um, the victim in the foreign quarter, I believe, um, was of hmm, is it pausing as he's thinking of it here. Um, was one working at the docks actually. One of the people who was working on the ships was traveling through the city to one of these taverns as such, as we suspect. Um, so a dock worker of some kind, but he was from Scarlos actually, which was a very interesting. We don't normally see victims of such things from Scarlos, but it makes sense for the foreign quarter. It just you wouldn't expect it somewhere else in the city. Other than that, I mean, from what I've been able to tell, from what I have heard, there have been more. Uh, there have not been any citizens of note that have been attacked. Seem to be opportunity attacks of opportunity for people walking at night.
Right. Okay. Okay. Um. Do you know any of the people who work up there at the? Do you say it's a fort?
The keep.
Keep.
The keep. There you go, the keep. Not the
You
fort.
mean where the royal keep? I mean,
Mm-hmm.
I have spoken with people that work there. Sure.
Okay. Do they know anything
About what?
about these attacks that have been happening?
Why would they?
Because there's been sightings up near there.
I had not heard that. Well, it seems a strange place to be seeing that sort of activity. But I mean, it would be dealt with severely, I'm sure. The people that work there do not harbor any sort of mischief or and make sure that people there are safe.
Okay. All right. I don't really know what else to ask him right now.
Train.
Let's do one more roll for him.
Nope.
I'm so sorry, Jim. I feel like
Hey.
it's all my fault.
Sure. You're only hurting yourself.
Yeah, I know.
Trying to get
Didn't
information.
realise that at the time. I just
No,
meant the attack rolls, really. That's the only
of
thing I
course,
wanted you
yeah.
to roll low
Yeah.
on.
Yeah. I think the main thing is like he's what you find out actually he is definitely uncomfortable talking about the keep.
Okay.
He is it's not like he's holding anything back from you about that information. He's just very reluctant to speak of anything, and it's almost like he's intentionally not gotten information
Okay.
about it.
So there is an element of fear surrounding the whole place, isn't there?
Fear, but also, I mean, almost like intentional avoidance. Like we don't want to. Like it's not so much that people are acting afraid of it. It's like no, we don't want to mess with that. Period. Just no, just not. Isn't like it's not so much that the people are acting. He's not acting afraid when you bring up the keep. It's just more like nope, I don't do that. Nope, not happening.
Yeah. Like la 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 la. What you don't know doesn't hurt you.
Yeah, it's much more like I don't want to know.
Yeah, I don't like that. You know you
It's
tell
kind of
me
like
anything.
the people who know get shot in the back of the head twice, like in the middle of a thing, type of thing.
You wouldn't know that because you never find the body.
Right.
People
No
just
one's.
banished from Trace.
You said you can trust me and say it is not that I don't want to. First of all, we've not discussed payment. I mean, I am an information broker, as is my name. So, if you wish to know more information, it requires payment. Although, as I would say, I do not gather information around the keep or its more than its more cursory um, denizens.
I don't know that we're gonna get much more information out of him.
No.
It is wonderful to see you as always. I appreciate seeing someone from our homeland.
It's wonderful to see you too. You know, I feel the same. It's always nice to see a feline face.
Yeah.
1 second before Sora leaves there. Miss Sora, could you ask him if he knows anything of the Rune King?
The rune key?
Rune King.
A runed king. Yeah. Mr. the broker.
Mr. the Broker.
Yep. Do you know any information about the Rune King.
Hmm. I know of the story, and I believe there's some historical significance to it. Beyond that, I don't have anything specific to say. Um, if you wish to potentially purchase some information, I might be able to pass along something, but I don't have anything directly in my possession.
How much are you thinking payment wise?
It depends on what you're looking for.
Whatever you've
I,
got.
like I said, I don't have anything directly. I was trying to go and get it, but I have heard of him, and I can do research for you if you wish to have more information.
What if I gave you 50 gold? What would that get me?
50 gold would get me. I would be able to potentially purchase a book that has information about it. Um, I might be able to, or this will be an either or for that amount, potentially track down a more pinpointed location.
Pinpointed location on what?
Where to go?
I mean, I assume you're talking about the tomb of the Rune King.
Yeah.
So, this I know about. Its location is very much a difficult to find thing. And while I may not be able to pinpoint it exactly, I can get you closer to the area.
Um, how much for both?
I was
Out of
just
curiosity.
You realize the book is probably the one you've already got.
yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
So I'll pay you 50 gold. You go get the closest location you're capable of getting me.
All right then.
I removed that from my character sheet.
I will I will do my best and I will have something sent to you forthwith.
Um, we are currently running around on the airship, so you'll have to send it to the airship yards or wherever our ship is.
Hmm.
I'm never quite sure where our ship is.
Is there something more permanent that I will send to you directly?
Uh, Raven's
The
Crest.
boom,
Boom,
Is that
boom,
boom.
boom.
Yeah.
Oh, yes, I could have something delivered to the Chest and Quill. Um, if you have an account there, I can have something sent to there, and it could be, as I understand it, be able to be sent to you through his services.
Yep, sure does. Sure,
Uh,
all of the above two yeses.
right then. Um, I will require a payment up front, and I will have to gather the information through various sources.
Can you just give it to him?
I did just give it to him.
yeah? Okay,
Mhm.
good. You hear the sheep? Yes. Yeah, he did take the gold there and set it away there.
A pleasure doing business with you as always, and if you need anything else, I will be happy to help, especially without your more unsavory comrades
Well,
with you.
one more thing. One
Of course.
more small, tiny thing. How
Hmm.
much would it take to pay you to not tell anybody else about us looking into it? Like
Into
we weren't here
which?
today, basically. You didn't see us.
Hmm. Well, I don't usually, unless someone, another 50 gold, and I
You
won't tell
got it.
no one anything.
He's not going to tell anybody anyway. He's just getting more money off you.
If somebody paid him for the money, paid him for the
Mhm.
information, then
Mhm.
yes. If you pay him the information, like he will say,
Mhm.
and you get the impression that yes,
Yeah.
if you're willing to pay him now, he will not tell anyone. He will not
Unless they
reveal his
offer him more
sources.
money to actually
Nope.
tell them.
Nope. If he
That's
makes the deal, he makes the deal. But if he didn't make the deal, then if somebody came along and paid him for the information, he would hand it over. But if you paid him,
This
Mhm.
Joker is a jerk. Just what
oh,
Yeah.
so.
so effectively yes. So if somebody came along and paid him for the information, if you didn't pay him not to tell anyone, then he would tell them.
Mhm.
But I mean, why does it matter if someone knows we're asking questions? I mean,
Because
You're asking questions about the keep.
We came in here about the keep. We came in here about the rune key. We need to not let people know that we were here today. So we weren't here today asking any questions of any kind for 56
Mhm.
I'll
gold.
throw in. I'll
Hmm.
throw in. Yeah, I'll do it. I'll pay that.
You're
Well, you're not.
outside.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
You,
Well,
if you want,
No,
you can give me half when I get back in. Get back
okay.
outside.
Sure.
we're talking to him telepathically anyway. We can just come in if he wants.
No, Eldon
No,
can't come in.
no, I can't come in.
Yeah, he threatened him last time.
Yeah,
I
yeah.
legit almost blew up his whole building
I
with him inside
actually,
of it.
Uh-huh.
I would need to go back and watch it again, but I think actually
I
the one who intimidated him the most though was Lucas
I
on.
am the one. I
I think
thought it was a I was definitely assisting with the like.
Yeah, I think so. But yeah, we'll see. But anyway, it's fine. Yeah. So he strikes a deal up there. He's all good there. He's very he's very satisfied with the outcome of this arrangement, and
I bet.
willing to definitely. So you didn't pay him anything for any information on the werewolf. You didn't get a whole lot about him. You got a little more impression of what's going on at the keep, but not any specific details.
Mm-hmm.
And then then he will be getting you information about the much more pinpointed location of the tomb.
Mm-hmm.
So
Because right now all we know is a massive mountain range.
yeah, somewhere along the mountain
miles.
range. Yeah, on the western edge of Coppervale.
It's an entire continent mountain range spanning.
Well,
things.
Right.
it's narrowed down much more than that. Yeah, essentially. I mean, I'll just real quick. We'll jump over to here, and I'll show you. It's somewhere from here to here.
Jim, this map has been so updated.
Oh yes, it has, hasn't it?
Oh
This is the-
man.
Yes, you are right here currently. This is the map by my buddy Ian. This is
Wow.
yeah. So this is yeah. So it's somewhere I believe, and I'm going to say that you're from right around in the middle here, Eldon. Somewhere. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. So it's somewhere between this part and this part.
We discussed in between the two rivers leading down through. There's like a path that leads down through here, through the port, and in the
Yep,
my
right there.
city's my city's
Mhm.
in between those two rivers.
Yep. So yeah, so we have Raven's Crest is still right here in the middle of the map. Yeah. Other than that, this is I put it on here because this is a Silverleaf village up here. So just in addition, and then that's Village Water. That's Northport, and then Shorehaven down here. So the places you've sort of been there, Anol Kroon way down here, of course, Dravier right here. Those are the places you've been for the most part at this point.
Ooh.
Yep, and then way up there is Scarlo's. So
I promise sure I'll take her to meet my parents at one point.
You did, and I want to.
yeah, it's somewhere over here.
Yeah, somewhere over there.
The Everwind Plains over there.
And we were recently in Anul Karoon, so that's not exactly miles away. In fact, at one point I looked out over the plains and was like,
it's actually a couple thousand miles. about a little over 1,000 miles. Yeah, it's like you're kind of up in the grassier area up here, and Bill Crew's way down here. So crossing, yeah. But anyway, yeah. So you guys go ahead and leave.
That way. We flew over that way.
Yeah. So, where would you like to go now? You have at this point we'll call it about 5:30.
I wanted to borrow amethyst.
Okay.
What I was going to do is find another guard that I can see is obviously prepared and I want to look for now, and then have amethyst use detect thoughts.
Okay.
So obviously a different guard.
Sure.
But yeah, okay.
I only need to look at surface thoughts, doesn't need to probe.
Okay. All right. So do you want to look in the area over here? Or you want to look somewhere maybe on the gate area? There's sort of the little road that goes up here that goes into it's sort of a gate up here, and then the kind of the little cluster of houses and buildings over here.
Where the houses were, that's where she said they were. That it was pointing to, wasn't it? Yeah.
Yep. Okay. So you kind of move around there. You want to change up your appearance? All look the same.
I'll go back to being a random human again.
Okay.
Yeah, I'll change my clothing. I've got the shift weave. So
Okay.
It's slightly different, yeah.
Okay. So you
put my instruments away so I'm not looking so much boardish.
Okay. Not a problem there. So you kind of tuck things away there, change up your appearance so it looks more like another average-ish person there, along with your average-looking human-ish companion. Moving along there, and I mean, it's not like this. There's obviously foot traffic and other like maybe horses and or carts along this road here. It's still a main road, so it's not like it's not busy. So you're able to kind of move along in there, and at one point you will spot another guard. Obviously similar style about that style of clothing there. This one being more human than orc blood that the other one was. Still, in looking for it, you can definitely see this one's also has a short sword on one hip there that has the distinct look of silver to it. But this guy's also got like a bow over his back there with a quiver of arrows. Looking a little bit more stealthier type than heavier type. So more like an archer type person than a heavy fighter like the orc person was. So you're able to kind of spot a person there. What else to do?
Amethyst to cast obviously detect thoughts before we approach him. So he's not. That's all right.
Okay. So basically, you kind of pick up the surface thoughts of a guard. He seems to have just come off of a shift, at least. The day, man the walls, no big deal, nothing to see here. Daytime's always boring, but at least we have the rest of the day off. I can go get a drink. Maybe see that girl. Maybe she'll be back again. I don't know. We'll see. It's sort of like this random like thoughts as you kind of in there as you see him kind of walking across the little streets and in between the buildings and such.
Yeah, I'll obviously approach him.
Yeah. Oh. Hello there. What can I do for you?
I'll mention there's been some obviously trouble in the city. Have you seen any trouble around this area?
Trouble in the city. And give me let's see. I'm gonna make a general roll for him. Let's just see. Yeah. Trouble in the city. He doesn't seem to think anything of you walking up and asking him this. Because like that was an insight check, by the way. Like I don't seems totally legit to me. Two random people walking to me talking about trouble in the city. Sure, why not? So I mean trouble, sure. And Amethyst, you will catch surface thought wise. He's basically been on shift since this morning.
Mm-hmm.
And it's more like can't wait till the damn moon changes again and we can go back to using our normal weapons. Sort of there. Luckily nothing up here to deal with. At least not last night.
I would ask him if there's been any sightings in this area. I believe there's some creatures roaming around.
Creatures? I don't know what you mean. Amethyst, you see a werewolf.
Mm-hmm.
And in fact, you see a werewolf in sort of a... You kind of like realize what you're looking at is probably the view from the wall, looking out in this direction.
Mm-hmm.
Of just sort of that just it's not quite, it's just sort of not quite dawn, like he was basically on shift before dawn, and just seeing something moving behind some buildings. You can't quite picture where that is exactly there, but you definitely catch just a quick flash of that.
Mm-hmm. I'll reiterate that to Lucas.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm saying, obviously nothing up here. No sightings up here. It's been quite calm. Glad
I
to know.
mean, give me a persuasion check to see how much you. I mean, he blew his insight, but let's see what your persuasion is like there in order to get him to talk.
Can I help?
Yeah, I mean, if you want, you've been quiet so far. If you want to roll as well, I mean,
Is he a dwarf?
no, he's not. He's the human.
Ooh, not 20. 34.
Oh wow. Okay,
Nice.
yeah. This is like, I mean, uh, look, I don't like to say too much about what we. There have been sightings of things. Um, we just make sure nothing gets over the wall, through the gates. Make sure anything, and where we can, we make sure nothing hurts anyone in the area. And at least so far we've been successful.
Except for people who've been,
On the other side of the city.
attacks in the poorer areas, yeah.
But
I mean,
if there's sightings in this area, at some point
yes.
someone's gonna get it.
I mean, it's a matter of, I mean, we do what we can to secure the area we're supposed to secure. There's other people out there that do other places, and I mean, it gets taken care of.
Mm-hmm.
Who's
And
first?
Amethyst, you catch an image of an individual in a dark cloak. When he says it gets taken care of,
Mm-hmm.
there's the flash of an image of a person in a long dark cloak, and you can't see details. You can't make there, but there's just sort of this like flash of like someone, and it looks like they're like sitting there. And this one you see is holding like a heavy crossbow, like holding out a heavy crossbow. You can make out very details. It's dark in this little memory here. This little image that pops up there. It's dark, and they're holding a big old heavy crossbow and kind of like look like aiming down it.
Yeah. I certainly hope the Duchess is safe in there.
Give me an insight check.
Both of us?
Actually, as he says that, since you say that out loud, sure, yeah, both of you, since you said that out loud.
22.
I'm so happy you guys are so good at talking to people.
24. Okay.
I know, right?
There's a bit of a hesitation that you'd pick up immediately. There's like, of course, yeah. I mean, that's always, of course, yes. And there's sort of an odd like thing there. And Amethyst,
Mm-hmm.
his mind goes blank.
Yeah, of course it does.
Like when you say the Duchess, like there should be a memory,
Mm-hmm.
like something's there, but it's just not there. And then
Yeah.
he's back to thinking about what he's thinking about.
She's thought of everything, hasn't she?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah. thank him for his time.
The hesitation, 24, 22, there's a little bit of, I wouldn't say fear exactly, just more like pause. Oh, yeah, of course. And so with that blank thought there, and then like he shrugs it off and just moves along there.
Strange.
It is a very strange interaction. It's hard to read what's happening there because it doesn't. It's not like it. You're expecting some sort of reaction that doesn't really come. It's just sort of like almost maybe a bit of confusion.
It's almost like the Men in Black have been here, isn't it? With that little gadget.
You're not far off.
Yeah. That definitely seems like some memories are being erased from these people, or something.
Modify memory is a spell on the spell list.
There you go. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. We know there's definitely been a sighting up here from the walls of that place.
Yep.
Yeah.
All right. Anything else you want to ask this guy?
Ask him. Has this happened before? Is this the first time from these creature attacks?
He's sort of like not since I've started, but I've heard that yes, it's happened before. It's something that has, I mean, preparations were made, and yes, you get a quick memory of him strapping on a silver sword. People loading, like dropping silver arrows into a quiver. Like, it's clear that while he hasn't had to deal with it before, it's been something that's happened before, so he's prepared for it.
Okay.
Like every once in a while, when all them 2 moons get activated and this thing kicks off.
Mm-hmm.
Something. So,
oh man,
one
Elmy.
Amethyst, give me a perception check. This is the best thing here because you're basically just kind of rifling through various images there. See if you pick up on something that you hear. Okay, you will catch some other flashes of that dark cloaked individual. Okay. And you can't see the face there, but with an 18, you'll notice there's something a little bit odd in that there's another figure that pops up and you realize now looking at the figures there that the dark cloaked figure is shorter than the other one. Mm-hmm. Hard to say exactly how much because you're not seeing like context or anything like that. But there's definitely sort of a longer, lankier looking figure in dark armor. And sort of and you can't see faces on either of these individuals here, but then a much shorter, dark cloaked figure, with like the crossbow, like what's it called? A hilt, but yeah, you know what I mean. The butt of the crossbow sticking up over his back. Yeah. So you catch that when he's talking about preparation. When he's talking about that, those images pop into your head of like this large figure and these 2 figures that like are seen in conjunction, like in a couple of little flashes of memory.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Okay. All right.
Does it feel any like? Does it? I don't know what I'm trying to say. Having had so many visions of Ray and his patron, does it feel anything like that?
No, nothing like that. Not really. No. I mean, it's not like a warlock type of thing like that. Again, he's not the subject of it. He's just kind of being flashes of people there. Neither of them really remind you of Wraith in any way. They're just sort of like dark cloaked, sort of dark armored figures. Again, you're not sure. You can't quite pick up details. You're not getting any definitive. You're in various flashes of memory. You're seeing these two figures that you don't quite make out. In various memories.
Because we can't even find out what she looks like, can we? There's just nothing. It's weird, and everybody's memories have been wiped. So
one person's memory. You only try to get the
yeah. It's not going to be just one though. It's just not going to be the one person that we decided to talk to, is it?
What I would say is that what little bit you picked up on just she's not. People don't see her wandering the streets. They don't see her like giving an audience to people. She's not like there's no TVs to broadcast her image everywhere. So it's like there's people don't know what she looks like because they don't see her, and the one person who's maybe has seen her has a blank spot. So that's what you picked together so far.
Yeah.
Are there no pictures of her and paintings?
You haven't seen any.
We haven't actually gone.
They already said there's like a big gap in.
Now, I would say this: you guys haven't. Well, there were no recent histories like with images of her in a book anywhere, but you haven't seen paintings of her anywhere. You haven't seen, but then again, you haven't really gone looking for them yet. This is the first day you actually like thought of
we are now.
I want to go see
that's
her.
for darn sure.
You did not see any in the Manor House or in the Manor House, the copy of the Manor House in the Feywild. But I mean, now that you're getting back on it, there haven't been images of her that you've seen. Again, not that they don't exist; is that they're not readily available everywhere.
Is there an art gallery?
Sure.
Yeah.
Let me find one. Well, there's the Church of the Scarless wouldn't have images of her, but there are definitely other art galleries around. Sure.
That would be the sort of place where you'd look for pictures of royalty.
Sure.
Well, we can go and speak to Baudelaire, maybe.
He's an art dealer.
He's an art dealer in Port Oruss.
Yeah.
And he's,
Yeah, his office, I believe, is right around. I want to say here.
Yeah, it's on the other side of the bridge.
Yeah, it's like right, or actually right down on this spot over here. Yeah, just past Third Bridge. Yeah.
In the Treasures of Scholars Museum.
Yep, that's more back in here, I believe. Not too far from when the Drakal embassy is, but you were down there as well. So, yeah, I would say if it's something you want to go look for or ask about, you could just move to that there. What you will find is that eventually, if you look for it over the course of the next half hour, or whatever else you will find an image of the Duchess. You don't know how recent it is. It's of a fairly young looking woman, probably in her mid 30s, early 40s, somewhere in there. Very regal looking, dark hair, kind of all very elegantly in ringlets and pulled back into kind of an up and down style. Very fancy dress. Very attractive woman with actually, brown hair. And in the picture definitely has green eyes. And it says, I want to make her the first name right, because I don't think I've ever said the first name to you. Let me find it real fast, because I always forget it there. I didn't write it down there. Where did I write it down? One sec here. Okay. I cannot find it right now. So, it is Duchess. Basically, the Duchess Maltanis is her last name. Is Maltanis. I'll get that first name. I would say in the image that it probably doesn't have a first name on it anyway. But Maltanis is the family name. There is, I would say, there's other paintings of other royalty there. You will see a painting. Probably one of the more interesting ones is you'll see a painting of Elena Stanton, the first queen. Will be up there as well, and there is somewhat of a resemblance between the two images. We kind of see them like nearby each other. The queen was a little more fair-haired, blonde. Also with green eyes. Very similar eyes, similar shape of the face there, but the hair color was much lighter. And at least the painting of the queen there, she's definitely more bit older looking in the picture there. You can see the lines on her face there. So not sure exactly how old she is in that picture, but or in that painting, I mean. But there is definitely an obvious resemblance between the two.
So they are related then.
They do appear to be so.
Hmm.
You're not sure like where exactly they fall in terms of family tree, but there's enough resemblance there you would expect they're probably related based on their looks.
Okay.
So, actually, Eldon, give me a investigation check when you look at the painting. Because you probably have the best one. Actually, Lucas too. Why not? Because you
Guidance.
Guidance.
Sure. Kind of looking over the painting there. 29. Excellent.
30.
30. Wow. Okay.
Wow.
Lucas. Yeah, it's a painting. You're like, oh, okay. Eldon, I'm going to go ahead and say this painting of the Duchess, based on the paint, the paint marks, the cracks in the paint there, the frame, as you see there, and even somewhat the style of it, is about 40 years old. Maybe a little older.
Huh.
The one of the Duchess.
Yeah.
It's somewhere around 40 years old. The painting is.
And how old does she look on the painting? About 20 or something?
Mid 30s, early 40s. Mid 30s,
Okay.
mid 30s, early 40s.
Okay. So she'd be pretty old now.
She'd be in her 70s if stuff's not happening.
She's aging appropriately. Which I'm guessing she's not.
I mean, there's no evidence to the contrary, so I mean, there's no evidence for or against it. But just what you look at the painting there, that painting, she's in her mid 30s, early 40s. The painting's around 40 years old, give or take. So at this point, that you should be somewhere between 70 and 90 right now. With the give or takes on either side.
Okay. Interesting.
Okay. So, what would you like to do?
Are we going to prepare to hunt a werewolf?
Yeah, have we got any silver weapons, you guys?
We got magic weapons.
I would say with what you did the research there, you don't need silver. You don't need silver against a werewolf.
Okay.
Magic weapons will still hurt them just fine. Silver, in some cases, with some types of werewolf, silver might do more to them, but they're not going to be immune to anything if it's magical. There would be very, very specific cases where silver might do more, but
we do food.
Yep, you can get your food. What you want there? We'll say it's about 6:37, so it's getting closer to sunset, but not quite there yet. So, would you like to anything else you want to prepare with, or how would you like to go about hunting a werewolf at this point?
Wait till night, go sit in that area.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's kind of the best. Everything's pointing towards that.
Okay. All right then. Well, in that case, I'm gonna pull up a little map.
Rest.
You guys get your short rest in. Yes, at this point, because you've been doing stuff all day long, so you couldn't. So, we're gonna move you guys to here, and looking here, I need to make sure I've got. Let me put one of you and see what you can see. I don't know if it.
Short rest. I'm gonna use Arcane Recovery and get that third level.
Go for it. Okay.
I don't think I get anything back.
How do you use much of anything?
I mean, yeah.
Well, it's all about bond you did, but
Telepathic bond, detect thoughts.
so go ahead and you should see the yellow square at the bottom of the map here. This is sort of the way into that neighborhood kind of thing. What you see is basically kind of the spot here is really kind of where the gate is and where the keep is beyond here. This wall actually extends all the way off the map here. This isn't actually it doesn't stop right there because otherwise it's having a gate here and then a wall around the side here. So this actually extends all the way across here. So let's go ahead and block that out. If you're seeing that, let me just draw something real quick here. Boop doop doop, boop doop. Kind of do. Yeah, that continues off that way.
Are we dropping tokens on the yellow square?
Yep, tokens in the yellow square. Okay. Okay. So, just to clarify, that wall continues that way. So that's why when I'm looking at the top left corner of the map, it's in and around that square there, just sort of. Okay. So as the lights go down, you'll see that kind of the buildings sort of kind of disappear, kind of taper off to the right, and where some more trees and grassy area is, and shrubs and stuff off to the right. Building sort of like a little cluster of buildings and such, with this low wall here where there's a gateway here. So there's actually almost like a portcullis type of gate style underneath this archway here. But as you come in here, fairly quiet. One thing you will notice almost immediately is the fact that, well, there's nobody outside. There's no movement. There's nobody like specifically walking in the streets. It is dark. There are lights on some of the houses. It sends up little kind of shifting shadows as the air sort of like moves and as you kind of look around there, the little flickering lights and stuff on the sides of the houses and the windows.
I want to go ahead and reach down. I'm going to activate Force Lista just in case. So,
sure.
Reach on my belt, twist the little cog, and the little turret comes out.
Sure. So give me perception checks, everybody, to see who spots what around here. Okay.
None of us anything.
Awesome.
Oh well,
they're not seeing anything either, by the way. Again, no movement really, no shifting. You don't hear a lot of sounds specifically. However, there's one more roll I need to make. Okay, even better. Cool. So one thing you will spot is as you kind of move into space here, there will be some movement. Like you don't see people shifting around, anyone kind of moving around, but right around here, you see a bit of a shadowy shape, kind of like kind of moving around this corner, like you can't see where it comes. You just barely see it right around here, kind of like almost like it's peeking out or looking. It's kind of a dark shape there. It's somewhat backlit by the light here, but not directly, so you can't quite make out details or features on it. Those were a lot of really low rolls for perception. So Lucas, you spotted that movement. Everyone else was sort of like looking around and their eyes adjusting to the light and kind of like getting kind of lay of the land, everything else. So again, Lucas, you definitely spotted that movement over there, right around here.
Have we got telepathic bond back up again?
Yeah, better too.
Okay. One thing with the 16 there, Lucas, one thing I will point out. You don't see from where you are any specific guards up on the wall. Like you would expect to see some up there. You're not spotting any. You don't, because they may be like out of view or moving somewhere else or whatever. But you don't see any directly. You don't spot any up there specifically. None that are obvious anyway. Okay, so what would you like to do? You guys can. We're not quite in initiatives yet because nothing's really happened as of yet. But what would you like to go and look into or move around?
I want to activate rocket boots.
You're gonna fly?
Just fly up. Yeah, fly up a bit.
Okay. So you move me where you're gonna fly to.
Just kind of fly up this way. Just kind of like get a good solid look around the whole like neighborhood areas. And this
all right, so you move up there. That's your action. What are the rest of you gonna do? As you see Eldon take off on his little rocket boots there and go boosting up into the sky over this way.
Can't die open.
I have an idea for something.
Oh, yeah?
I'm gonna cast Aid.
Okay.
It's not a concentration-based spell, so it helps hit points.
Yep. Increases our maximum hit points.
Yep.
Did you give us an inspiring speech for 10 minutes earlier?
Didn't call it out now. So.
Yeah.
I mean, I've still got my temp on from.
How long did they last?
Oh yeah, they wouldn't.
Short rest. Yeah.
Yeah, it's
So
shorter,
we've got
longer
them
rest, isn't it?
I forgot. Yeah.
No problem. You guys have been doing a lot. You've been busy. So that's going to be what, 10 hit points total, or 5? So
5 for me.
Increase your 5 hit points. Increase your hit points by 5 temporarily. Okay. All right. So you do that. We'll say that Eldon takes off. Where did you do that there? So Amethyst and Lucas, what did you want to do? You want to?
I'm gonna use the lyre to cast invisibility on myself.
Just straight up invisibility. Okay. Cool. So we'll go ahead and mark you as in the ninja mask, invisible. And Eldon, you are currently.
I'm flying about 15 feet above the houses there.
You're flying. Okay. Amethyst, what do you? Okay, go ahead.
I'd say I'm going to head towards where I saw the movement.
Okay. So go ahead and make a move that way and position yourself where you want to be.
Yeah, I was also looking that way.
Yeah. So the first round of things happening here. So basically, pretty everyone into position. Okay. Amethyst. So where did you want to go?
I'm gonna put my Manatech Shield of Faith thing.
Okay.
On.
Cool.
Didn't have invisibility. I thought I did. Weird. Yeah, I'll just, I don't want to go too far, but
Okay,
I'll
so you guys.
stay close to Sora.
Okay, so you move into position there. All right, so I'll describe what you see, and then we're gonna jump into some initiatives here. So, first of all, let me put my next scene. Okay. Lucas and Eldon from where you are. Lucas, you can't quite see around the corner there. You don't see anything like looking out in that direction there, but you definitely see a bit of a shadow, like searching on the ground over here of something around the corner. Obviously there. Eldon, you are gonna spot kind of very just sort of hunched down a large furry shape. Just sort of hunched down, kind of like on his haunches there, sort of just sitting there. What looks to be almost like on a porch of a house. There's a light, this little house right here. He's just sitting on the front step, just sort of hunched over, just kind of breathing heavily and just sort of and yeah, give me. Actually, yeah, you'll especially spot that. So I'm gonna put that one. This guy here, token layer. There is what appears to be a werewolf there. So let's go ahead and roll ourselves initiative since we now see the first enemy on the map. Oh, hold on. Let me pull up the turn tracker. Sorry, turn order. There it is. If you already rolled it, roll it again, then we'll adjust your roll there. I need to put mine there too. Cool. Oh, it's... Yep, we're good. Okay, one sec. That was actually 15. Do that. All right, that's everybody.
I critted on initiative.
Amazing.
And I still don't get to go first.
Nope, not quite. But so, Eldon, you can kind of do you have to help that bond, whatever. You basically, yeah, Eldon, there's a werewolf right here.
There's a werewolf. Yeah, there's a werewolf.
You can't see. It's sort of hunched over. You can't really see what it's doing specifically, but it is there. So, Amethyst. Eldon's kind of pointing, and you hear telepathically that there's a werewolf there.
I can't see it from here.
You can't. Yeah, you need to move. You can't see it from there. You would need to probably move. You might be able to see it from this corner over here, barely, kind of below where Eldon is.
Can I see it there?
Let's just see if we can spot this. Just barely. Yeah, you can just make out where it is. Yes. It's you kind of make out where like his foot and its arm is and stuff like that. You can't see its face, but you see where it is.
Mm-hmm. Does this look bigger than the others, or does it look like just a normal one?
Well, what you ran into before was a person in wolf form. They were not where this is a hybrid, humanoid looking, hunched over, humanoid wolf. So it's that hybrid look.
Okay. I don't want to send you down this.
You said you can't make out much more details. You can't quite see his whole body. You just see like the arm and it's probably a lower leg around the corner there.
Yeah. Tempted to go sleep, but I know you buggers will just wake it up. I'm gonna use Mind Spike just in case.
Okay.
Am I? Maybe I'll summon a thing. Sorry. I've come over all. Okay, summon aberration.
Okay.
Send it over there.
Where at? Drop it up on the map.
Just grabbing it.
Okay. All right.
Okay.
No worries. So the slod comes into view. Do you have an attack right away?
I'm not sure. I think so.
Okay. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's a verbal commands. You command to attack?
Yeah.
Okay. All right, go ahead and make it attacks. Oh yeah. Does not have advantage, so basically it'll just be yeah, you just and it just rips the thing, and it just lets out this horrendous yell as this like canine scream comes from this thing. And yeah, it just took 28 damage. So yeah. It doesn't go down, but like, as this thing just rips into it there. You all see the slot appear and start attacking. And it's definitely things are definitely going to be happening. Anything else about this? You can still move. You can still bonus action or anything else.
I'm all right here.
Okay. All right, Sora. You can see something happening around there. You don't see anything else, but as I said, it's stuff is going on.
And I saw her attack something, right?
You saw this. You can see the slot appear and attack. Yes.
Okay. Then I am going to go that way.
Okay. Go ahead and move. You can kind of duck around the slot there. That's fine.
Okay.
You can't. You couldn't attack it. You can move over there. Yeah. Okay. So yeah, you see a humanoid wolf-like thing. It's crouched over, but at this point, sort of like back there, as it's got this two massive gashes across it from the claws of this thing, and it's just sort of like. But yeah, it is a human-looking thing, big old wolf head, fur over the whole body, scraps of what look like clothing, from there. But yeah, that's what you see. What do you want to do?
You're a pretty fella. I'm gonna hit it with Sunbeam first.
Okay.
Maybe not. 13.
That hits.
Oh, okay. That's 12 damage.
Everyone
Okay.
remember we are in the middle of a city.
Yeah.
So we're all...
Smacking it.
I
Okay,
like a
then.
werewolf, though.
True.
Perhaps don't do any
Fireballs, lightning bolts, tall
crash into
lightning.
people's houses with your whole body.
Yeah. Kool-Aid Man.
Listen, y'all love my Kool-Aid Man. And then I'll follow it up with Cloud Strike.
Cool. Yeah, definitely hits.
20 hit.
Roll that damage.
Mm-hmm. 9.
Total 12. It's 300 damage, so 12 damage.
Mm-hmm.
So smacked into it there. Oh yeah, it just yelps in pain. It's just like, and as both hammers just like crack into it there. It just is obviously it doesn't drop, but it is hurt. I mean, you can see it kind of cradling one arm there, trying to do anything there. Lucas, you're up. You're still invisible currently, so
Can't actually get in a position to hit it.
you could probably move to right here. I mean, it's sort of a corner out there if you wanted to step up there and do something. Is this invisibility with the Lyris? Is visibility straight? Right?
Yeah.
This,
All right.
This in the middle, is this water?
No, it's just trick of the light.
Oh, okay.
Yep. It's just light from spilling out from the windows in front there. It's all just dirt or pavement or cobblestone.
Okay.
It's dirt out here and just like stone and whatever here. Okay, so invisibility goes away. Boop. And attacking?
Yeah.
Oof. Okay. All right. Yes, you just stick out there and sticks right into him. Yeah. Doesn't seem to do any more damage to him than a normal weapon would. So, even though it is Quicksilver.
Yeah.
Offhand.
Damn it! That was my offhand.
It was okay. Okay, no problem.
I'm in the wrong order.
No worries, it's fine. If you make them both, you can make them both either way. So,
would 13 have hit? I shouldn't have rolled that one with advantage.
13 would hit it. Yes, it would.
Okay.
So you roll damage again. The other one.
Is the damage correct? I can't tell.
Yeah, I can't see the rapier, isn't it? So D8.
Correct. I rolled for the offhand one.
Okay. So, all right. So yeah, no problem. Yeah. So basically, you stick with both weapons there, and just pierce into its body, and it definitely, it just lets out another howl of pain and drops to the ground, and is down. Boop. Thor and Lucas, you will. Anything else want to do, Lucas? That was your action bonus action.
No, it's a bit action bonus action, yeah.
Okay, cool. All right, so in that case, you are going to see. No. One second, let me just roll something real fast. Cool. You will catch out of the corner of your eye a flash of movement from this direction, actually from back over here, as another one comes tearing around the corner.
Where was that at?
Basically right here.
Mm-hmm.
And Eldon, it was somewhere over here, so it came around the building. It didn't come from this direction where you would see it. It was right. So you see it when it comes around this side over here. It'll come rushing in that way, and another one will come rushing over. Come on now. From this way, as it charges in at you, Sora.
Cool.
So you both come rushing in there. And let's see here. You roll one more real quick. All right. I believe that. Amethyst. Yes. You will spot one kind of flanking along the building right over here. Eldon, you do not spot it. You're just moving stealthily and beat your passive. But it did not beat Amethyst passive. So you kind of see this one. He's just hugging the wall over here, just kind of stalking along low, right along the edge of the building there, sort of like creeping into place. That you see this one over here. It is not in the range of charging anything yet. So basically, but you do spot that one over there. So first things first, then we're going to have the one on Lucas. It's going to go and claw and bite. It's going to be a claw attack first. No, and the bite. No, definitely not. And the one on Sora here will go ahead and do the same thing. Claw and bite. That one might actually potentially, probably not. 21 does not hit you. Yep.
No. Mm-mm.
You just catch it on your shield there. Actually, you have two hammers out there. So, what's your AC with two hammers?
Oh, 22.
22. So just barely. So you basically managed to kind of like knock its teeth away with one of the hammers and deflect it off to the side there, and just kind of push its mouth away from actually able to latch onto you, but just barely missing you. Other than that, that's it for you guys. Eldon, you definitely see stuff is happening down here from your view up.
Yes. So, and I'm about like 15 feet above the roof.
Sure. Yeah, you can definitely see right down where they're at. Yep.
Yeah. So I'm just gonna fly over this way a little bit just to get a better view of this guy right here.
Sure.
And I'm gonna reach up to my little monkulus familiar thing now. It's like, I know fire is your favorite, but let's do lightning. Yes. I'm going to cast
fully approve.
Dragon's Breath.
Ooh. Still a cone to be a little hard to navigate in this space, but
A little tough to navigate. But
yeah.
If we can get it to work, it'll be good.
Sure. Yeah. It can also do that little force blast attack as well that homunculus can normally do.
Yes. Yeah. But if I can get it to go off, that would be cool.
Sure.
Because that's a lot of damage. So, and we will do that So I'm going to cast it on him.
And that's a bonus action, I believe, right?
Yeah, it's bonus action.
Yep. Cool. So you still have your action left.
Is my. Oh yes. Hold on. Yeah, that's bonus action. Is my main action I cast cantrip?
Okay.
And that will be Eldon's lightning dart. And let's shoot.
That one there?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, it hits easily. Roll that damage.
Oh, big damage.
Oh, wow. 3d10, woof. Okay.
Yeah.
And you just light it.
And 1d8. And 1d8, because it's coming out of my arcane.
Yep. Okay, nice.
30.
All right. So yeah, it just you see this little like dart of electricity speed past you there and blast into the one attacking you from behind there, and yeah, it just gets lit up, just the whole body convulsing from the shock of it. All right, hold on. That's it. Amethyst, you are up. So attacking there, you see the one kind of coming up behind you, off to the left.
Yeah, I think I'm going to cast Mirror Image.
Okay.
Because I'm a bit scared.
Good
slow.
Do that, and that's not
His
good.
movement speed is 30 feet. Okay. I guess I'll just get him to go and hit that one.
Which one? Yeah, he's moving. He can move into there.
I mean, I guess I could put him between me and the other thing, so when it does approach, I might do that actually.
Okay.
You've still got movement, remember?
Yeah, you should use and a bonus action and an action. Sorry, you have bonus action left. Yeah.
Yeah, I used my action.
Okay. Gonna move the slot over to here. Sure.
Although, yeah.
Well, you can't go through the building. He's got to go around the building.
Yeah. Well, you can do, like this. Ooh, look at that.
What's his movement? The 35 or 40?
How do you do that?
No, it's 30. You hold the left mouse button, and then when you want to turn it, you click the right mouse button, and then it goes around corners. It's pretty cool.
My good lord.
Only got a toy. And then you just carry on with it and go whichever way you want to go. Do I just hit that one? What are you doing?
I don't know.
I learned a new trick. Sorry. I'm very excited about my new trick.
Oh, man. Aldi, we love you.
Yeah, that's fine. Right? Yeah, that's square right there. Yep. You can count the squares too. It doesn't snap to squares right now. So, yeah.
No, it's a very cool thing though. New, very cool thing. I'm very excited about it.
Yeah, it's alright when you need to go round things.
Okay.
Yeah, and I don't think I've got much of a bonus action, to be honest. Maybe just back off a bit.
Okay.
Still got an action. It could close on it.
Cast mirror image.
Cast mirror
No, she
image.
casts mirror image.
Yeah.
It's still got an action.
Huh?
No, mirror image is an action.
Your Slard has only moved. It's still got an action. It could use his action to close on the werewolf.
That is true, actually, yeah.
Okay. It's right up there on top of it. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, then, Sora, you're up.
So, same
Werewolf
thing.
in your face.
I
Okay.
do. I'm going to smack it
Sure.
with Sunbeam first.
I didn't know Sunbeam was a thing. I thought it was just Moonbeam.
28 to hit.
Yeah, that hits by
A lot.
By a lot.
by
Yeah.
a ton, yes.
13.
13. Oof. Yep. Yeah, just sort of like yelps in pain.
Dual wielding paladin for the win.
Cloud Strike comes in.
Right?
13 to hit.
13 does hit.
And then he's gonna get bunches more damage. 18 more to hit.
Oof. Ouch. Yeah, it's hurt.
Buying
I
you that
have-
hammer was the best decision Eldon has ever made.
Right. I do have a quick question for you, though, Jim.
Sure.
I want to use bait and switch on
Sure.
on Lucas.
Okay.
Would that get an
Is
opportunity?
it part of an? Is it part of it? No, it wouldn't be. Is it part of an attack though? How's bait and switch work exactly?
Oh, I had it up and then it went away. Of course, it went
Yeah,
away because
fine.
you know. Bait
Yeah,
and
it's-
switch when I'm within 5 feet of a creature on your turn, you can expend a superiority die and switch with a creature, provided you still have 5 feet of movement.
You do, yes. So
and,
yeah,
and if Lucas is not incapacitated.
he's not. So yeah, you can swap places with Lucas and
Okay. And roll a d8.
just roll a d8. And who giving the AC to him?
To Lucas, yeah.
So roll that d8.
Oh,
And
one.
you go here. Okay. So Lucas, you and Sora swap places, and you get your AC increased by 1. Like, whoa! What the? Sora kind of like just pushes you back a bit behind her and steps up onto this one here.
I've
They're
made
both
him
really hurt.
I made him really
Yeah.
weak. You can hit him
Yep.
with a stick.
And they're both pretty hurt. But Lucas, it is your turn then.
It was more for the AC than it was the actual damage.
Sure. Yeah. Oof! Nice. Definitely hits by a lot. For 7. Okay. Offhand. Nice. Okay. All right.
Yeah.
It is looking pretty bad. It's just yelp as the blood kind of pours out of the wounds there as you stabbed into him. Definitely there. Let's
I'll
see
give-
here.
Bardic inspiration to Sora.
Cool.
Thanks, buddy.
And let's see here. Okay, sorry. Okay, Eldon, you're going to have a rather interesting thing happen to you in a moment here.
Oh, yay.
Yay.
Elton
Let's
goes,
see.
yay! And so does this. I love it.
Come on. There he goes. Okay, cool. All right. So, you're going to see kind of out of the corner of your eye, you will see a much larger looking werewolf
There we go.
basically leap from here to here and then leaps to you.
Oh. Hi.
Just- Just 2 claws. And this guy is definitely bigger than the rest. And you can see there are actually like armor he's wearing. It's a bit it is a bit pulled apart and stretched, but there is some armor still there. And you'll see there's actually sort of like it looks to have been like leather armor that has been pulled apart partially, kind of like the picture looks there. Long, massive looking claws, much larger than the ones on the ground there, as it just leaps out at you.
This isn't the enhanced one. This is not that. Or is it?
Well, it's definitely larger than the rest, and it just sort of appeared and leaped out at you. So,
I've got a feeling it is.
Yeah.
Found him.
Yep. Let's see here.
Good job.
There
Alden.
it is.
Found him.
Yes, there he is. Amazing. Let's see. Come on. Sorry. Okay. So first things first, we're going to go ahead and do the first claw attack. 20 to hit.
Wow.
I am going to shield.
Okay. Second attack. They did attack from stealth, so because it definitely was a stealth when it hit you. So only 6. What's your accuracy with shield?
24.
Okay, so the thing one will hit for 6 is just kind of claws across you, just scratches across your armor. And then effectively it's going to, as the 2 claws come up there, it's just going to try to grapple you. Just trying to grab you there. So this will be athletics check.
Eldon, what is it?
Acrobatics?
Trying to
Yes,
grab
your
you?
acrobatics, yes. Because he's always flying around and he's being a pain. Okay? So he just grabs onto you. And this thing weighs about 600 pounds, as it is about 10 and a half, 11 feet tall and massive across the shoulders. So your flight sort of goes. It doesn't cancel your flight, but you definitely go toward the ground as about 10 feet toward the ground. You're still off the ground there as this thing's on you.
I'm still 30 feet up in the air.
You're 15 feet up in the air before.
No, 15 feet above the roof.
For the roof. Okay, so yeah. Okay, that's
So
easy enough.
30 feet. Yeah.
So now you're down. Yeah, it's basically and grabs you, and you kind of head down toward the ground a bit there. And then its last attack is gonna be a bite. Because it does have that. Nope. No. So you kind of you fend away the bite. As its jaws are bigger than your head.
Well,
So it's slavering jaws and that, and this thing's just trying to get in there. You. Brave. And it's just there's not much humanity in that voice or those eyes that you can see. Thora, first one on you is going to try to claw you twice, or claw and bite. Claw. Sorry, what's going on there? Come on now. No, not even close. And the second one, 21 still doesn't hit you, so you're fine. Do that one extra one from there, and then Lucas, one is going to claw and bite you. No. And that's going to be a 16. That's not going to hit you, is it?
No.
Cool. So yeah, you kind of just kind of shoot out of the way as the claws and tries to bite at you. He's just not quite able to do it there. The one on the slot, we'll go ahead and try. No, and no. Wow. Okay. Cool. So these slots keeping it at bay as it's just clawing and trying to claw at the slot. Eldon, you are up. This thing is on you. You're grappled, so you can't.
I am going to. Wait, 1 second. I am going to activate Thunder Wave.
Ooh. Okay.
DC 19.
Con? Okay.
Yeah.
Whoops. I just fix something real fast here. This isn't quite the right thing here. Let's see what he ends up with. Nope, that's fine.
All right, he's thrown off of me.
Okay.
Do I need to roll for this?
No, it's facing that way. And he's also way up above you.
Yeah, it's a cube. It's a 15-foot cube around me.
Okay.
So he's thrown off of me 10 feet, and we're
Sure.
30 feet up. So
Sure.
I would like to throw him away from the roof, so he's gonna fall into the street.
Okay, he'll land over here. Okay, that's fine.
Yeah.
Okay, I will roll some damage there and see what he. Okay.
Yeah.
Takes a bit of a thud as he hits the ground. And with this, you see a massive werewolf hit the ground next to you.
Nice.
Towering over you, just looking up at Eldon, then looking at you.
Why is there silence on?
It's not silence. It's a mirror image.
And then
There's no mirror token, so I just wanted something that had a little bit of
bonus action, I'm going to order my familiar to shoot it with electricity. So he's going to fly down, shoot it, and fly back up to my thing. So it's going to be dex save.
Okay. What's the range? It's in range. It's fine. 23 dex save.
Okay, so he'll take half damage. 46, like 14. So 7.
Yep. Okay.
Ooh. Okay.
So there he is.
Peekaboo.
Yep. Amethyst.
Oh, and then movement. I'm gonna fly back up.
Sure.
So 15 feet back up.
Okay.
45 feet in the air again.
Sure. You are higher, up in the air. Okay. Amethyst, you're up.
Okay.
Join me in the air, Amethyst. Join me in the air. Jamie.
I can't because my slots will go away.
I'm going to make you boots later, by the way. So...
I won't complain.
And Shield of Faith will go away too. So.
Huh?
We have one mana tech concentration spell.
We have one.
So Shield of Faith or
if I'm in
flight.
the air, then you know.
Yeah.
That's a 20-foot radius. I can't do that. God damn. Although, how far up are you?
I'm 45 feet up in the air.
Yeah.
I'm 45 feet up.
You're fine. Yep.
I am.
Oh, you're okay
I am
then.
out of the reach of everything. Trying to be, although clearly that didn't just happen.
Can I cast that on him then?
Which one's that? That's static. Cool. Let's see what he's got here. Not terrible at that, but not that good. No, never mind. He's terrible at that. 9. Cool. So 26 damage. Whoop. And he's taking some stuff, right?
Yeah. Rolls a d6 and subtracts the number rolled from his attack rolls and ability checks, as well as his Constitution saving throws to maintain concentration.
Yeah, concentration case, yep.
He can make an intelligence saving throw at the end of each of its turns.
Okay.
Half a beast. He's good at those.
Kind of want to. God. Let's get this slot to hit him.
What?
The
This one over
slot.
here. Okay.
Yeah.
Bash. Oof. Take some damage.
Yeah.
Yeah.
27. Does a 13 hit him?
Yeah.
Nice.
27 damage. Yep.
Yeah.
Werewolves. The general werewolves are not tough.
I'm tempted to climb up this roof, but like I'm sure that werewolves can climb, but just want to get out the vicinity of him, really.
Okay, well, go. Where you want to go?
Just up on there, if
Okay.
that's okay.
Sure.
Do you have a climbs?
Yep. Okay. Anything else?
I think that's all I can do.
Okay. Sora, you're up.
All right. Well, I am going to sunbeam him first.
Okay.
15
Hits.
to hit. And then 9 damage.
Okay.
Is he still up?
Yeah.
I'm gonna hit him again.
Okay. He's not looking good.
21 to hit.
Correct. Oh yeah. Your minimum. Yeah, I'm gonna take him out. We'll see. Oh yeah. Yep. So yeah, you just crack him across the ribs with one side and crack him across. You just basically bash his shoulder down. His whole right arm just like collapses under the weight of the hammer, as he drops. And boom.
And
Okay.
then I'm going to take off running over here. I'm underneath Eldon, I'm assuming?
Yep.
Yep. And engaging.
Yeah, I'm fine.
Yeah. Okay. We move a little bit directly underneath him. So. Yeah.
Whichever
Cool.
floats your boat. But
Yep,
he's
so-
engaged.
Yep. So he's there.
Well, we're at it. I might as well do it. Let's action surge
Sure.
and hit him with Cloud Strike. I don't get the bonus action, do I? Or do I?
No, you attack.
No, you just attack.
You attack
You're-
2 times.
You're also forgetting you attack twice with Cloud Strike as your attack action.
Oh, well then.
So that first one misses for sure.
Then the second one. Wow, 13.
Does not hit him. Nope.
I have Bardic Inspiration. I'm gonna roll that. Is it D10?
And roll for it.
It's a D10, right?
D10, yeah.
Now it's an 18.
Just hits.
Mhm.
The first one gets to whip it. You kind of get to a stop there and go to strike there and it misses. Second one, maximum for 12.
Yep, hit him.
Yep. He takes it.
Good. Just,
He's a bit beat up.
Yeah, it took almost 60
Is it the-
damage.
Is it the D6 from attacks as well? That static? Or is it?
let me see what it's rolling on here.
Rolls a d6 and subtracts the number
Attack rolls.
from it, all of its attack rolls and ability checks.
Sure. Yep, no worries.
Mhm.
Okay. All right. Then Lucas. So I ran off. Let's do this one over here.
I did have that ready to press enter then when
Good.
you asked. Because I realised it hadn't actually posted it on the spell.
Yeah, no worries.
So
I will hit.
Action surge.
So just-
Oh man, I forgot to do the thing. Oh well.
That does it. So, yep, between the two attacks, you just kind of swipe it across him there, and he does drop. We had 4 hit points left the last round. So,
I told
um,
you you'd hit him real good, Lucas.
Yep.
You did a great job.
yep.
And again, Bardic Inspiration to Sora.
Okay. Very, very good. As you turn into Lucas, give me a perception check. Okay.
28.
You will see from this little tower up here, there's just a little bit of a something poking out of this little window here, and there's just a quick flash of something, and that werewolf drops. You don't see what happens. You see the Amethyst. You're looking over here, and you see that the one on the slod just goes and falls over.
Oh,
You don't know where it came from.
Huh.
Actually, give me a perception check too. Okay. Yeah, you kind of track back the direction of whatever, because you watch the werewolf fall over, and you track back and see something poking out of this little tower right here. Just the front of a weapon of some kind.
Okay.
Can't make out any details of the person inside the tower, but they are there. And then there's another. And as you look back there, there's another, and you don't see what happens. It just comes in the same direction. Actually, no. Let me see. One sec here. Let me roll that one. Okay. Yeah. And then actually, we need to roll this advantage. Here's one and one more. Okay. And let me see what that damage is. Where is the damage on that? Sorry, you're right what the damage is on that attack is. Because it somewhat matters. Okay, come on, one sec. Because there's a lot of 2d10, 7 plus. Yeah. So let me just roll some damage here. Yeah, you can ignore these rolls here. It may matter, they may not.
Well, they always matter, Jim.
Plus. Wow. Cool. Okay. You see the slug is hit as well.
Oh, God. Okay. 6?
No, a total of 12.
Wow.
Rude.
Yep.
I'm gonna shout, he's on our side.
Yeah, we'll mark that out there on him. It's gonna be yeah. Well, cool. All right, so looks around, just the slot looks around, has no idea where it came from. Yeah, Lucas, big guy, okay. Not seeing what's happening around the corner, seeing this person trying to attack him, shaking his head from disorientation and synaptic static, we'll still go ahead and try to claw, and bite. See if it can happen to get a natural 20. 24 minus a 1d6. Let's see if I can roll low on that. Come on.
6.
5. 19.
5.
Good enough. Okay. Claw misses, and then the bite. Nope. Cool.
Yay.
Yep. So, and this thing is like towering over you, Sora, and just like clawing. The first one just barely. You can see it catches you on the shoulder and rakes down there, but it doesn't penetrate through the armor as it just tries to go for it. The second claw, you just deflect away entirely, and the bite just sort of like you just shove it. You just put the hammer up underneath its jaw there and keep it from clamping down on your head. That's gonna be it. However, yeah, it will get its intelligence save. 16. Nope. Okay. Yeah, stamp static is broken, but it's cool.
I'm a fan of it.
Yeah, I can't wait to use it against you.
That's just me.
No, it's not. You get to roll. You just subtract d6 from everything you do ever. So, no, it's all good. He's actually, yeah, he's literally just like, at this point, you can see there's just just bloodlust in his eyes. His eyes have gone kind of red, and he's just tearing at you for the moment. We're done. Eldon.
Okay. I am actually first going to do bonus action. And
Anyways, we're running a little bit late here, but we'll finish this up.
You know you've murdered half of my friends as well.
I want to shoot him off of her.
No.
Ooh, that'll work.
Yikes. Okay.
Okay, so then force cannon.
Okay.
2d8.
Are you gonna? Is it knocks back? Are you gonna drop down so you need an angle to drop it to do it?
Yeah. So I'm gonna go down just a little bit and angle it. Yeah. Just punching down.
You can't go into the ground. There's no way you can knock him back when you're like 90-degree angle above him.
And then we're gonna
with 10 feet back.
Activate a switch on my gun real quick, and activate Sonic Blast. He needs to make a Wisdom saving throw. DC 19.
You're terrible.
Oh,
14.
14.
Yeah, no.
Yep.
Ooh, there we go. 23.
Oof.
Necrotic damage.
Oh. Okay. Just because the patches of fur sort of wither away, and
as a sonic wave of energy hits him.
Okay.
And that is my turn.
Okay. So yeah, he's just sort of like you see kind of the patches of fur wither and kind of gray. Looking at all you guys, Amethyst. Up on the roof there, you see the Slod sort of looking around confused as he got shot by something.
Just giving the Slod 5 hit points back.
Sure thing.
I'll bring him over to hit this guy, because why not?
Sure.
Oof.
Wow. Nice. Woof.
Woof.
Woof. Woof.
Woof is the werewolf.
Not the way Nan says it.
Yep.
Yep.
Okay. And then what?
Then, everything I've got is concentration. God damn it.
Concentrate real hard.
I can't, I'm already concentrating on the Slod and bringing him to life and stuff. Let's do a bit of chromatic orb on him, I guess. Hold on.
Throw some cantrips at him.
I was just thinking I'll just...
That's what I've been doing.
Nice.
These
Yeah.
cantrips are working great.
Mm-hmm.
Chill touch, Eldritch Blast. Let's do that.
Eldritch Blast.
Oldie but a goodie.
Yep, definitely hits. Blam. 3
Got
blasts.
3 of those. So yeah, there's 3 blasts now.
Oh yeah.
Oof. Yep. Bam, bam, bam.
Nice.
Very nice.
Very cool.
Total of 18. That's 20 damage.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, just looking around, just wildly, just trying to see where things are coming from at this point, as it's just like obviously not happy.
Oh.
Sora.
Poor puppy.
Alright. I'm going to... If it ain't broke, don't fix it. Right?
I thought if it isn't broke, fix it till it is.
Oh well, that's not what I did.
Well, that's sometimes how
Whack.
that works.
25 to hit.
Yep.
And it
Definitely
rolled the
step up in.
damage. Did it roll the
So you
damage?
go there. Yep.
Okay.
11 damage.
And then Cloud Strike's gonna come out. Twice, apparently.
Mm-hmm. 12 and
Did it not roll the second one? It just rolled.
I didn't see it yet. I see one so far.
There it goes. It rolled a 1.
Ooh.
So I'm gonna roll
See ya.
my other die. My bardic.
Wouldn't matter.
Oh no, 16 wouldn't hit anyways. Okay.
Well, natural one always misses. You can't
Oh.
party.
Yeah,
you can't
that's a part
your
of,
way.
that's a part of the new. It's a part of also the new rules.
Yeah,
Is no matter what.
One is a failure no matter what.
Can I
Yeah.
I thought that was old rules.
on the first
No,
first
yeah,
hit,
it's what else do?
on
Oh,
that
yeah,
first
but,
hit, could I
It's specifically stated now.
a goading attack?
You could, sure.
Yeah, yep, that's what I want to
Well,
do.
extra D8.
Yep. I want him to attack me and not the slod and not my friends.
The sword's fine. I mean, that's what he's there for.
Yeah, I
He's
mean,
meat
yeah,
shield.
yeah,
Yeah, yeah.
Ha-
He's a
have
meat
him-
shield.
Yeah, literally have him do all of his attacks on the slot. That would be wonderful.
It's just a... And you see, at this point, he is like one of his arms is snapped the wrong direction. He's like got, you can see like major, like one of his ribs is sticking out of his right side from the other impact of Cloud Strike. It is just beaten, bloody. It is a mess.
Hey, dude, your arm, it's going the wrong way, man.
Yep, Lucas, you're up.
It's alright, very soon he'll be perfectly harmless.
Perfectly armless.
Perfectly harmless.
But
You're like third one tonight.
you're welcome.
Yep, you got a clear shot there, Lucas. And Amethyst and Eldon are both up above you. Okay, that's going to be Wisdom save of Distant Whispers. Okay, so let me go ahead and make that Wisdom save. I make the Wisdom save.
What?
But-
Oh, get out of here.
He actually has good wisdom. If intelligence is not so great.
Oh, subtract the -6.
Oh yeah, sure. I mean, he's still. Let's see what I roll. If I roll high enough, maybe.
I thought he'd saved against that.
He did.
No, he can't roll high enough.
Oh, he still succeeds.
I have to roll a 20, pretty much, or 19 or 20 to save. I got a 16. So minus 4 would be 19. He makes it exactly. So yep.
Yeah.
So still 15 damage. Is still, he doesn't go running, but he wouldn't anyway because he just kind of drops, and you see him kind of stagger against the wall and smash into the wall over here, and he like starts to reach out at Sora, the claws kind of reaching out to you, and just sort of kind of weakly says, and drops to one knee and falls to his side. Collapses to the ground.
Poor Poppy. Okay. Give me perception. Everyone kind of standing over top of him now there. As he is lying there. So give me a perception check from where you're at there.
Crit.
Excellent.
Everybody?
Yeah, you all get an angle on this. Yeah. Various
Really, but
angles.
wisdom.
I'm
Okay.
critting when it doesn't matter. Yes.
That's
I
fine.
know.
Sorry, you're closest to this here, Lucas. You definitely see this too. Eldon, you're at this point sort of like scanning around or all
Yeah,
around you there, trying to see.
For more, for sure.
So and it's the 22. Let me do one more roll for something real fast here. Okay, that's fine. All right, so you will see as he hits the ground, there is a story. Yeah, basically, when he hits, something kind of falls off of his body and clinks to the ground at your feet.
Don't touch it.
You look down there and see something at your foot there. Lucas, you definitely spot the glint And at this point, Lucas, with a 27, you hear the scraping, the grinding, the clanking of chains. But you hear two. The one still. The second, you still hear. You can't place where it's coming from. It's around somewhere.
Chains.
Amethyst, from the 22 from where you are, you will see stepping out from this kind of this little parapet here on the wall on top of here. Out there, you will see a dark cloaked figure step out as it's kind of putting something kind of into a holster across its back. You can't make out a face; it's all shadowy and all that. But you'll see him standing there, kind of tips an imaginary hat to you, he's not wearing a hat. It's a cowl over his head there, but tips like his normal hat there. You see him go bing, as something shiny goes flipping up into the air, catches it, disappears.
Okay, nice.
Bird bucket.
I just saw one of the coins, I think.
I picked up this coin with or whatever it was that fell out of him with my handkerchief.
Okay. You pick it up there.
What it is, but it's in my
Okay.
handkerchief.
It is a platinum coin. Looks like identical to the other ones. Lucas, you can still hear it. It's just not as strong. It just sort of faded because it's not the person it's attached to died.
I'm still scanning around and making sure there's no other werewolves.
You don't see any. You don't see any. Things have gotten quiet. As you watch, the person, the werewolf, changes. Yes, and you look. That's right. The other ones are they're changing back as well since they've died. The one at your feet there, Sora, there changes into a tall, lanky human. Just sort of dark hair, maybe in his late 20s, if that. Fairly young, but rugged looking. You will also spot the fact that the armor that he's wearing, it fits him better now. It's been a lot of the laces and straps have been snapped, but it fits on there. You will see a very distinct emblem of the Rangers Guild.
Oh, I have a coin that matches that.
Mm-hmm. On the armor itself.
That was club too.
Mm-hmm. It's just the Rangers Guild, but the Ranger Corps essentially, as in the organization that Trevor was part of, and yep. And so you see that there on the armor there on the body there. Other than that, he's not carrying any weapons or armor. Just the bit of armor that's no weapons or other gear on him. Everyone else looks like normal people.
Should I bring him back? It's been a minute. Less than a minute.
Yeah, it has.
Why do you want to bring him back?
Question him. I mean, he is human. We didn't exactly intend to kill humans. And if he turned into a werewolf, this wasn't his fault.
Yeah, but if he's cursed, he'll still be a werewolf.
Is it? Okay. I don't know how it works completely. But like, lay on hands takes rid of diseases.
It's not a
disease.
It's a curse.
We don't have the. I don't have the remove curse spell. I don't have that.
Okay. All right. All good. I mean, I guess
Okay.
he stays where he is then, huh?
Okay.
I mean, if you want to stabilize him and bind him and take him to get remove curse done, but I think this is beyond a curse. I think this is just who he is.
No idea.
Mm-mm.
This is one of the Dark King's generals. I mean,
I know. I think it's just a coin that fell into his possession, and that he became part of the generals.
hmm. This is the Fey enhanced werewolf that was.
Mm-hmm.
Right, but the other issue is that this has been happening for years.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
3, 5, and 9.
So
Okay. Well, with that, then, you guys have some things to consider, things you want to do. We will close it here as you guys decide. I will say this: Are you going to do? Are you going to leave the scene? Or
no,
what?
No.
Okay.
No, we'll
Well,
clean up.
there's a lot of dead, ordinary people around that we can.
Yeah, indeed.
Well,
yeah,
we'll
we need to.
clean it up, but like, I don't think we should leave.
No,
Okay.
I'm gonna fire off a
Okay.
flare thing.
Right.
Get the guards
Well,
here.
in that case, too late. The guards and such will move in, take survey of what's happened. Obviously, you guys are somewhat a little bit injured here and there. Hardly any damage to any of you, but the fact is, I mean, they at least can somewhat recognize what's going on here. They will take the bodies, effectively wrap them up, do what needs to be done with, and with that. And Lucas, we'll just go ahead and say the orc blood that you met before, that talked to before there, see if you out there and just right. Well, looks like I was wrong. There were things to be dealt with then, huh?
Yes.
And
as well
looks over the four of you, and is the slot still there? Okay.
I mean, yeah.
There's like there's at least a somewhat tense thing as they all sort of like what, and like basically go to drop weapons at there, and it doesn't attack. They just like, oh, but not know what to do. But they will go ahead and collect the bodies, ensure that we'll make sure these are all taken care of, and we'll find their families and let them know what happened. I'm going to assume they were all changed.
Oh yeah.
I was thinking maybe
yes.
we could bring him back though and like get the lycanthropy removed or something, rather than just having a bunch of dead people.
I mean, you could revivify 4 times.
That's a lot of gold we
They're
don't have.
Yeah, that is a lot of gold, but I just thought the temple might be able to take care of them. Or not.
I mean,
whatever.
Effectively, we will definitely work with the temple and whoever else needs to be involved to get them back to their families and take care of their next of kin and such. We will make sure. And he will sort of, at least once, like glance up over his shoulder at the direction of the wall, just to have a bit nervous looking up there.
Who are you looking for up there?
You're gonna call it out? Okay. Back up.
Okay.
And
we're about to dive headfirst into something we are not supposed to be touching.
And he will sort of look around at all of you and, well, I'm glad you were here to prevent any further loss of life. I would suggest you be about your business, and thank you for your service. As at that point, the other guards have kind of collected the bodies and wrapped them and taken them off. You'll see that they'll take them back through the gate. Just you don't want to leave them out here in the middle of the street or anything else. So we'll take them on back there. The main guy as well. They take care with him, wrap him up, take him off. Anything else you want to do? Okay, you guys are able to head. You guys are able to head back to your ship.
I don't like the idea that they're taking him away. Because they might be in on it, all of this. They might just go bring him back to life.
And on what authority can you do anything to stop them?
Exactly.
I'm just... I mean, do you want to prevent it?
I mean, this is why I didn't want him to do the flare. I wanted to put the bodies in the thing and take them to Janan and whatever. But, I mean, it happened, and it's happened. But I don't trust these guys as far as I can bloody throw them. They're obviously having their memories modified and everything else. And whatever they've seen here is going to get reported back. And we've just handed over the body of a werewolf that she's probably in league with. So, I mean, you know, good luck with that. We'll fight again next week, whatever.
We've got the coin.
They've got his body. I don't
Are
know.
you doing a wreck on it?
Without the coin.
No, not retconning anything.
Yeah.
You did
So
it.
you'll get back to the ship. Thora, you reach into your pocket for the coin. It's not there.
There you go.
Son of a beach nut.
God. Bless it. My bad.
Do you remember that whole conversation we had where let's not do anything really drastic until we have a conversation with each other, especially when we got telepathic bond going? Do you remember that conversation? Let's go back to that, right?
Well,
Elmi, it's been a long week.
We love you.
All right.
Love you
It's
to
all
death,
right.
man.
I want to put this out here. He fit up the flare. They were there within seconds. They literally were on their way already. So they were on their way. Effectively, I'm just saying, like right through this gateway is the way to the keep, and so there's no way that no one hadn't noticed the fighting and flashes and everything else that happening right outside the keep's gates. Yeah. So I would say, like, even without a flare, they would have arrived within a minute or two at tops. So unless you were gonna really like bundle them up there and hustle out there and run, it would have been really hard to not have them show up in there.
They probably thought that they were going to get rid of us then.
Yeah.
It's done. There you go. There's your werewolf back. See you later.
So, with that though, I want to say thank you everyone for watching. We were a little long today, but had a lot to accomplish here, and we are not going to be we're not going to be having a session next week. I'm going to be off at KubaCon. We will be we'll be back in 2 weeks with a new episode and continue where we left off here. And as always, I want to thank you guys for watching. Thank you for being here. If you do want to join our community of gamers there, the link is in the description below there. So jump in there and grab that and come on in and play if you want to play and run some games. But with that, thank you very much for being here. And next time, drinks are on us. Take care. We'll see you.
Bye.
Bye.